And hello, people. How are you? How are you doing this fine day before Memorial's Day? Well, I'm going to tell you how I'm doing. It's a rainy day up here in my part of the world, and but it's actually quite nice indoors right at the moment, which is where I am, broadcasting live to you from the Granite State. It is the INFJ experience. Yes, that's right. It's not just It's not just an experience, it's an adventure. How's that? Right. Yeah. Well, it's a little bit of everything there, people. But as you know, that's what this channel is. That's what this live broadcast is about. This is about understanding our type, understanding our own mind, understanding how to deal with our personality. Not only our personality, but just our state of well-being. I guess you could say our state of just contentment within our life as well. Yeah, just trying to understand the nuances of our existence, I guess you could say. Yeah, let's go with that, huh? That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Well, people, I said I would go live again. I had one last night, did one for a little bit, and I said I'd go live today because this is a long weekend here in the US of A. We have an extension. We have one of those days off that is Memorial Day. That is in memorial of all the fallen soldiers that gave their lives to defend our fine nation on Memorial Day. Let's have a moment of silence for those. Oh, there you go. That's basically what it is. Is yes, we memorialize those who gave their lives to preserve our freedom. Yes, yeah, that's it. All right, so we will hopefully have some people coming on in here in the chat at some point. Nobody yet. Hopefully, somebody will be coming on in here. So, people, we will hold this for a little while and just see how things are going. Let it go. I'm sure people might start filing in a little bit here and there and just coming on in. Until then, I'll just start my monologue and just explain basically who I am. My name's Tom Omega. And as you know, this is my channel, the INFJ Experience. And I started this channel because of the fact that I am, yeah, I basically just want to give back to the world, I guess you could say, give back to the community, I guess, in my own way, give back in the best way I can as far as contributing back. Because about 4 years ago, I just happened to be on YouTube, kind of searching around, and I saw this video on the MBTI about the INFJ, and I started watching it. It was quite quite enthralling to me because I understood exactly what she was saying. It was a Wens video, by the way. And I was drawn right in. So of course I wanted to see it again. I might have, and then I started watching other videos and started watching many other videos. Finally, I just realized, okay, this sounds so much like me. I relate to this particular type. And then I'm hearing all this murmurs about how it's the rarest of all the types. Okay. Now, and then they'd start talking about the rarity of it, how it's 1, 2, maybe 3% of the world population. I'm like, that's very small. I can't be that. I couldn't be like that. Okay. But I knew I had this this type of personality my whole life. I knew I had a certain a way about me. I thought a certain way. I knew I had certain drawbacks to me. I had some amazing qualities, very amazing qualities, but but again, very much drawbacks on the other end. I guess you could say blessings and curses. I guess you can say, and I had all these, but I continued to listen on to the videos, and I just still I questioned it. I spend a lot of time trying to figure out. Now, I looked at other personality types as well, and I started looking at the typical understandings of their alignments and their types, and I started learning more about the MBTI. And I tried to narrow it down, say, well, if I'm not this rare, then who am I? So I started looking at other types and I narrowed it all down. Now I took some of the ones that were close in the MBTI, all the introverted intuitive types, and I studied them very closely, just trying to get the idea of the personality traits. And I didn't align with the other ones. I mean, I thought maybe I could, but as I heard them, they didn't seem to be like me. The only one that seemed to really stand out that I aligned with was this one in particular. Was this one here. So I just basically just started focusing on it. I finally took a test. It was a couple of years later. I didn't take one immediately. I took one a couple of years later. Finally, I was okay. INFJ, thumbs up. So I kind of knew that. Now, and so since then, since I actually discovered it, it just opened my eyes that it finally, at least, I found some kind of an answer into some of the life issues that I've had because I never knew anybody else like me. And I knew I was different. And I knew I had something going on in my mind. I even questioned my own sanity. I thought maybe there was a touch of mental illness, maybe a touch of maybe a spectrum disorder, something. A savant is I didn't know what it was, but I knew I wasn't full-fledged because I was highly functioning. I mean, I was average. I just had a certain mind that could go there, could think like that, could think in a spectrum, order, but not quite being in that order, just being high, being functioning, being able to withstand, being able to take care of myself, basically. I didn't feel like I was completely imbalanced, but I had touches of it. I always thought I had traits of that. I always told people I feel like I have traits of Rain Man, but I'm not Rain Man. But I had like little glimpses, little slivers of that ability, but I wasn't that. So, but yeah, as I started figuring out more and more about what this personality was, I finally figured out that yeah, it was all by design. It all fit into place, especially when I started listening about the possibility that INFJs have a neurodivergent part of their character as well. And I thought that plays right into it. I mean, because that neurodivergence is similar to the spectrum. It's that spectrum ability without having the drawbacks, the spectrum disorder. Like you're not all weighed in on one side. The way a spectrum disorder is, like autism and Asperger's syndromes, is that they're highly gifted in one area, but they're all lopsided to that one area where all their gift is geared right to that one thing. If it's mathematics and they have a brilliant mind with math, then that's all they can do. But then they have incredible drawbacks in the rest of their life. They can't take care of themselves. They're like, almost like 3-year-olds, basically. I mean, these are some of the severe ones, when you see like Rain Man, that's kind of the idea that you have of autism, let's say. Now, of course, there's a spectrum disorder, so some aren't as extreme as that. Some are high functioning. But neurodivergence is that mindset, is having a mind that has that capability without having the imbalance, I guess. So then I started hearing that's part of what the possibility that the INFJ personality has as well. Again, I think there's still a lot of um, I think there's quite a bit of what you call studies that haven't been confirmed yet into that. So, but I guess they will start finding out more and more about that. I mean, if they continue studying the mind, studying personality types, studying the MBTI, they may start having better ideas on how exactly the minds function. So, I mean, the mind is vast. Not just our mind, any mind. The human mind is still a huge mystery. I mean, they have psychology and psychiatry, and there's a lot of studies that go into the depth of the mind all the time. But there's so many dimensions of the mind they can't quite explain. Now you know your own mind, people. I know mine, and I know um, that it is a higher dimension than what they say. It's not just we're not just neurons and the firings of neurons between cells creating thoughts. It goes deeper than that. Our mind is far deeper than just the impulses and the glands and the animal, let's say, instinctive pulse impulses that go on in our mind. There's something deeper to our mind. I mean, it's all right there. It's all right in our mind. We can see it. You can feel it. There's something deeper than that. There's other dimensions in there. And I think especially with introverted intuitive minds, especially, I think there's a now that they describe how the introverted intuitive mind has a deeper, more complex understanding, and there's a whole connection, there's a whole network of processing going on in there, piecing patterns together and coming up with future outcomes and seeing things beyond the surface. You could chalk that up to just being creative thinking, but is it deeper than that? Is it something that goes beyond like the realm that we understand? So I'm in the idea that, and I've always said this, that yeah, we're pretty much in the image of our creator, and our creator had inputted these codes within us, and somehow through our raising, through our life, we've had them kind of masked over. They've been covered over, glossed over within the culture, society, and collective culture, let's say, has uh, has masked these codes over. Well, we've forgotten them, or they've just been kind of shrouded, told that they were improper, in old fashioned, whatever you might say. But they're still there. These codes are there, and but you can see it. I mean, this, like I said, the mind itself, the mind is vast and deep, and it's highly undiscovered right now. So, but I'm thinking at some point the map of the mind will finally be discovered. It may actually never be because a lot of times I think science is where they limit. That science is very limited into just understanding things for what they are. I understand it's strictly in what they can prove, what is tangible, what is in front of them, and how it works. So they figure the human mind as it works, it's all about, yeah, it's about the firing of neutrons between mind, the creativity of thoughts and patterns and memories. And that is true. There is a mental part of that, but there's something that goes beyond the mind, something that there's a dimension that you can't quite explain. There are other dimensions where it goes that is that science cannot explain. The consciousness, the spirit and consciousness is something that they don't really want to acknowledge because you can't really go inside and find the gland where your consciousness is, where your state of where you feel you are alive, where you are aware of your existence. Yeah, science can't prove that. So they have to come up with it and call it different things. There's an awakening there. It's all part of your your mind just in the manufacturing of your own consciousness. So it goes deep in that way. But until they're able to acknowledge the existence of our spirit, of our consciousness, then they're going to stagnate into the scientific portion of what the mind is exactly. So that's where I'm at this point. Now, this is basically what this program is about. A lot of what we discuss are just topics like this, okay? Topics that just pertain to our life, basically, and the understanding of our mind. Okay. Uh, well, we have two watching. Three just came in. Hello there, three watching. How are you? Good to see you out there. If you'd like to leave a little comment down below, introduce yourself, and if you're somebody I know, just say hello. You can say hi and let me know you're out there. Okay. I'm hoping eventually as I go on a little bit for a little longer, people start joining in over here. Maybe some people that have been here before or some brand new people as well. Okay. But I'm very interactive here. If you want to have a question, have anything, a concern, and let's say just something is good afternoon. Hey, afternoon, Genesis. Yes, how you doing, Jason? Good to see you there. Thank you for coming on in here. I did say I'd be going on at 4 in the afternoon today, and I wanted to be true to my word. Okay. So Just trying to get things started here a little bit, trying to come up with some kind of a monologue. So, okay. Yeah, but anyway, that seems to be where science is and where I think their limitations are. And unfortunately, that's what it is. Science is very limited because they don't want to explore the anything that is out of the ordinary, out of the tangible, anything that is unexplainable or anything they cannot prove substantially is basically disregarded. Okay. That leads me into another thing. That was the difference, the huge difference between, let's say, Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung. Now, Carl Jung was early on in his life, he was an apprentice of Sigmund Freud. In fact, he was kind of taken in as a learner. Now he was younger than Sigmund Freud, obviously, and Freud was already well established in the psychological community, I should say. And he was one of the first that really had land breaking understandings of the depths of the mind. And of course, he had his three main characteristics, I guess, of the mind. Where you had the ego, the super ego, and the id, and how they all kind of work together. Now, Carl Jung had deeper thoughts, and he didn't want to conform to the teachings of Sigmund Freud. Now, Sigmund Freud was very rigid in his belief, and he wasn't willing to bend. What he said was, and I heard that's basically what it was. Was just that. But I do believe Carl Jung had a basically they broke away, and he was kind of disbarred by Sigmund Freud, just because he was stubborn. He wanted to go his own way. He believed in some radically new stuff that about about the mind, about the abstract intuition, things like that. Now, Freud didn't see that. He wasn't seeing these kind of things like Carl Jung did. But basically, I guess yeah, that was the main differences. Now, Carl Jung had much more of a spiritual aspect to his psychology. Yeah, and that's why it is that I mean, he obviously created the whole MBTI. He had a lot to do with establishing the major functions in the MBTI. And he also, mapped out the whole personality types. I mean, it was taken a little further by the Myers-Briggs ladies. Okay. But my point is that Sigmund Freud, I think, was more in the idea of the scientific belief of the mind, and that's where he's limited. He was very limited into that. I mean, basically, there was nothing beyond us. There was no spirit. There was nothing. We were just beings, and we were full of electrical impulses. Our brain was just doing all the work. We had glands that did this. I mean, we had certain psyches that were there. We had certain super egos which were keeping us from going too far from beyond. I mean, so there were certain psychological understandings of the human mind, but it ended there. There was nothing beyond that. There was nothing outside of that. It was all the tangible. But Carl Jung, as I said, yeah, he took it to the another level. He saw that spiritual dimension. I think mainly because he was an introverted intuitive, and he was a loner and by by himself a lot, even as a kid. Sigmund Freud, I mean, I don't know what his type was. Maybe somebody has profiled his personality type by now. I don't know. But something tells me he had more of a maybe a sensing mind. He was more of a extroverted sense. I don't know that exactly what his type was, but he just wasn't seeing that same um, extra dimension that introverted intuitives have seen. Okay. And being that that's very rare, the introverted mind is extremely rare. It's hard to grasp that when a higher majority of people don't see that particular part. It's hard to explain that. And that's one of the reasons why MBTI isn't really regarded in a lot of communities, a lot of studies, only because they're unable to see what it is exactly. Okay. Well, we have four watching. Hello, four watching. How are you? Hopefully, you're still out there, Jason. I'm hoping that eventually a few more people come on in here. Some of the regulars, if not. Now, this is obviously this is an unusual time. Saturday nights seem to have a good draw, good audience because yeah, that seems to be an established time. Now, this is one out of the ordinary. This is a kind of a middle afternoon Saturday time here. So I can understand that. But if anybody'd like to introduce themselves or say hello, as Jason just did, excuse me, Justin. I'm sorry, Justin. This sounds Genesis. Yeah, I'm still here, just getting home and kind of worn out. Oh, is that right? Would you have to work today? Well, what'd you do? You worked on a Sunday, did you, Justin? Just kind of worn out then, huh? Well, that's good. At least you were busy today. I kind of had a lazy day today. I got up today. I had my live last night. I've been home all day. I'd had to do a couple things on the computer here, and it's a rainy day outside. I don't know if you can quite see it. It looks if you look outside, really can't see the rain, but trust me, it's a steady rain right now. And I just wanted to have a kind of laid back day today, which I'm having. And that's all. But it's kind of cool. Just listen, it's good to have a good day off where you just spend it by yourself. And sometimes those are some of the best days for us. As you know, occasionally as INFJs, we like that. We need that. It's something we need to do. Yeah. Sometimes you get to the point. I've gotten to the point now in my life where I almost look forward to. I crave these alone days now. But part of me asks me something though. Sometimes I keep hearing all this talk about, you can't get too isolated. You can't get too into yourself. At some point, you can't get overly comfortable with your own with your own solitude. And I do hear that said as well. And I think that that there is an allure to going to being in solitude, especially when the noise of the world gets to be, um, too loud. Let's just say, and there's a temptation to want to go completely and be in solitude. Now, I hear that and say, yeah, that's true. But I mean, what is acceptable to say you're not out of solitude? I mean, do you have to go look for friends? Do you have to go reach out? I mean, gosh, I go to the grocery store. I work 40 plus hours a week. Even though I have a job, I work alone a lot. I still maintain a regular job. I work a whole full-time shift. So I mean, that enough? But I mean, I guess the whole idea is that when you get so comfortable in your solitude and enjoy your own company, and like I said, the noise of the world is actually more painful than the solitude that you have. And you realize that, I mean, you try every option. But is that healthy? I had a video on that one time. I kind of concluded as long as you're not going crazy, you're not planning on unaliving yourself, you're at least taking care of yourself, you're eating, you're healthy. Um, I think to an extent, yes, but um, oh, I see. Oh, I see, Justin. You went to church and out to eat with a few people afterwards. Oh, I see. A little bit of socializing for you after the church. So you're going to church and you got a church thing going. Cool, man. That's all right. That's awesome. But back to my point. No, I think though, yeah, as long as you're not self-destructive, as long as your mind is still healthy and you're functioning and you're keeping good thoughts, you don't feel like you're wandering too much. I thought, well, what's in the harm of that? But I think I concluded down to the fact that eventually, though, you do have a calling. Maybe if you're in solitude and if you feel as though you're feeling like you're finding a state of grace, you're finding a state of contentment. Maybe you found your awakening, you found your key to, let's say, your key to life, maybe your key to a happy life, a spiritual life. Maybe you found the kingdom of heaven, whatever it is. But at some point you have to point the way. You have to point the way and tell people that's how you get there. You have to at least be something that you can uh, tell your story to, relate to, and expound upon. Yeah. I think concluded to that we need to at some point, we can't keep it to ourselves. So that's the part that gets us out of our isolation, is that you have to try to assimilate that to the rest to other people. And that's what I concluded. And if I remember that, he said that in the video. So if at all, that's when we need to come back out and we need to make our contact again. Okay. Yeah. But it only makes sense. A good tree can only bear good fruit, and a bad tree cannot bear good fruit. Yeah. Basically on that idea. That fruit doesn't do much good if it falls off the tree and just hits the ground and nothing eats it. You see what I mean? So you gotta let that message out. But I think that's one of the things that I think why total seclusion has to be broken at some point. But of course, it has to be on what you are comfortable with. Obviously, as long as you're staying healthy in mind and body, and you have to make sure that you're taken care of that way. That you're well charged, you're well energized. You're not outdoing yourself with too much interaction, as it looks like some people did today. There, I'm like kidding. You got worn out there. Yeah. But no, that's what I kind of concluded too. I finally concluded, yeah, we need to at least get ourselves back out there just to point the way. You know, kind of like I think that's kind of like what this channel is for me. This is my way of doing that. But one thing I can say about technology is all the downsides that it has, and it does have its drawbacks. Even just social media, as brilliant as it has its drawbacks, but it has its moments too. It's also a very broad-reaching format. It's a massive soapbox, as you see. I mean, I'm basically reaching around the world right now, just talking into a microphone right here from my office at home here. So it has its upsides. Okay, I mean everything can have its drawbacks. Okay, but that's one of the fine things we have about this kind of format as well. Okay, but back to us as far as like our personality type, going back to basically our type. I mean, mainly just understanding who we are is what I'm here for. Just trying to get some kind of a read on us, so we just know we're not alone. Okay, and if at all, if somebody is out there and they just can't really figure out life, and they're having a bad day, and instead of like sitting there confused, I mean, if you're okay with that, fine. Like I'm only going by my own self. There was many times I've sat there crying, sad, alone, wondering why I was the way I was, wondering why my mind was what it was. And we've all been there, people, where you look back and reflect and say you have all these amazing qualities in your character, but you have these drawbacks. Yeah, that just paralyze you in a sense. They keep you isolated. You try to make connections and you're not good at it. Or you can't hold on to them. You can't hold on to certain connections with people. And we've all been there. And if anybody's in that situation, I mean, this is what this channel is. It's just to know that you're not alone. We've seen that. Somebody could say, "Hey, this is what I feel like." Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, we can talk about that kind of thing. So that's what this channel's for. It is a sanctuary, a safe haven for our type. Okay, all right. So anyway, so yeah, I see that, Justin. You going to church? That's good. You go to church, though. Awesome. I like the idea of that. Um, I I personally, I haven't gone to church in years personally. Nothing, not that I have anything wrong with that, but it's just I've tried that kind of thing, and it just I seem like I seem like I do pretty good on my own too. But I think a lot of it is the whole connection, the congregation with other people. Yeah, it's all part of that whole community thing, and people are kind of helping each other and reaching out, and I think a lot of it is that too. but in a good way. Hopefully, you got a good church where people got good hearts like that. Sure, that's awesome. Okay. Hey, we have 8 in the house. Hey, people coming on in here. Hello there, 8, and we have 10. Well, welcome to the channel. This is Tom, broadcasting from an undisclosed part of the Granite State here on a rainy day before Memorial Day. The INFJ experiences is what it is, people. And if you're new to the channel, I'm just you could say hello and welcome. And if you have any concerns, any comments, and you'd like to make, let me know. Any questions, and we'll talk about it. Okay, and we'll do our best to be of some assistance to the downtrodden, to the poor, to the lonely, to the needy, to the ones that are desolate and brokenhearted. We'll do our best to talk to you. I'll do my best because you know what, finding some kind of peace within yourself is the ultimate gift we can give ourselves. Okay, I said that. Carl Jung did say that finding your authentic self is the best gift you can give yourself. For some to that idea, I'm saying that finding that inner peace within you is the best gift you could have. Okay, that could be granted unto you, really. And once you find peace of heart and have some kind of contentment in your life, those lonely days aren't like that anymore. Okay, you can stand being by yourself a little bit, and you don't feel that anymore. Okay, I mean, yes, it's a journey that gets you there. It's a journey to get to that point, but you realize that it was all necessary to build you the character and the strength within your resolve, within you to get you to that point. Okay, it can't be just given; it's got to be earned. Okay, just like anything. So, um, well, anyway, all right. So hopefully everybody's doing well. Hopefully everybody's doing well out there on this day before their holiday. And if anybody's tuning in from another country, from another municipality, as you might say, maybe it could be another English speaking. It could be it could be any country, I guess. It could be anywhere. I've actually had people come in here from like Istanbul, and somebody else was like from what was it? What's that place? Himalayas. Oh, Peru. Yeah, Peru. Though it was a while ago. I didn't. They didn't. It was like months ago. So sometimes people randomly show up here. Israel. We got some people from Australia. So we got a worldwide connection going on here sometimes on these lives. But a lot of people from the good old fashioned US of A as well. Okay. A lot of my good old American friends out there too, enjoying our American holiday weekend, as you know. So, but anyway, yes, that's what we talk about. We talk about you know, we'd like to talk about our personality here and our just our type. Now, that's not all we talk about. We talk about anything that is interesting, anything that is fascinating to us. Okay. Now, we don't too much get into, let's say, Hollywood gossip. Not too much of that stuff going on. Any kind of sports talk. Listen, hey, listen. Occasionally, I don't mind watching a basketball or a football game every so often, but I'm not here to talk about that. I mean, there are plenty of sports talks out there, so I'm not going to get too much into the sports talk. But you want to talk about self help and psychology? Here we are. This is what it is. Okay. Um, yeah. So, okay, we got 6 coming on in here. But bottom line is, yeah, we are. As I said before, when I started this monologue, I was talking about how science does not quite understand the depth of our mind. I mean, science can only go so far as the understanding of our mind, as far as I mean, it's so much beyond just the physical and the tangible. It's not all about neurons and how it fires and just our functions in that way. It goes well beyond. It's a deeper dimension than we can ever imagine, really. And yeah, I think the human mind is going to be a vast mystery. I mean, imagine being in your own brain, but actually having it being a big mystery of its capability. I think that's basically what our mind is. We're not even individually. I think a lot of times we are. we're so limited onto the functions of our capability of where our mind can go. All right. Hey, Hidden Harp, how are you? It's good to see you out there. Good to see you coming in on in. Awesome. And hey, Indy is out there. Ha ha. He's laughing over there. Hello, Indy. How are you? How's that cat of yours, huh? How's everything going? How's your cat doing there? Um, yeah, but it's just yeah, just talk a little bit about the mind on heat, huh? Oh, okay, that's good. Better than being on ice, I guess, huh? Okay, did I say that? That's good. That's good. Everybody's coming on in here then, huh? Great. Yeah, so this is like I said, this is a bit of an unusual time for me to be here on a Sunday afternoon, but being that it's a long weekend, I made an exception today, being that I'm not working tomorrow. So I thought I could do one of these. You still have a cold, you're coughing and sneezing in bed, huh? You didn't get COVID, did you? I hope. What's that new strain that's going on? You're not, is it just strictly a cold? Funny thing is, you mentioned that harp. You know what? I just I was saying back in the wintertime, it must have been back in February or January. I caught a cold, just a common cold. It was one of those sinus ones where it starts off with the sinuses, you get the drip, and then you get the runny nose, you keep blowing your nose constantly, you feel the pressure in there, and then you're sneezing. And it went on for about a week. And then it turns out I'm at the shop and all these other guys are talking about the same symptoms. So I'm like, yeah, okay, I got it at work. You know, one of the guys brought it in from his home. Maybe his kid had it. And then I remember thinking to myself, I said to one of the guys, I says, you know what? Come to think of it, I haven't had a common cold in years. I mean, ever since that whole COVID lockdown we had, and we all remember that lockdown. Anybody that remembers that? Yeah, the COVID 20. I think it's the 19, but maybe you know something. Is there a 20? Or did they add a new dimension, a new number to it? No, but I caught a cold and I was talking to him. I says, you know what? The first time. And he says, yeah, me too. It's almost like for a while there, we were so conditioned to washing our hands and washing everything, and people were wearing masks and social distancing, and everybody was so protective for years with that whole lockdown we had and all the everybody's cleaning everything, wiping things down, we didn't get a cold. At least I know I didn't get a cold for like 3 years. It seems like and then over this year, I just caught my first cold in years. But it had dawned on me. I hadn't had a common cold in years, and typically before that whole lockdown, it was typical for you to get a cold, once or twice a year. You'd usually get one, maybe you might get a summer cold, you might get one in the middle of winter, but there was always a certain time, like late fall, where you were commonly getting a cold. And you didn't know where you got it from. You might have just walked into where somebody coughed or sneezed, and you walked through there, or you picked something up they touched. You know what I mean? Excuse me, people. I do apologize. But yeah, but finally, that was the first common cold I had in a while. But as far as yours, Harp, though, I mean, you just have the common cold symptoms. It could be just you're having that rare common cold. But actually, it told me, I thought, well, maybe I think it's just going back to normal. I thought, getting a common cold was normal years ago, just typical. You always got one or two a year. And so maybe, hopefully, that's all you got, you know. But so anyway, that was just earlier in the year that happened. I had my first one in a long time. Just a cold and sore throat. Oh, okay, yeah. I still have a cold and I'm coughing and sneezing in bed. Oh, so you're in bed and everything? Yeah. I usually didn't just hang around a lot in bed. When I was sick, I put I put clothes on. I'd stay home and I'd just kind of do things around the house. I might get out of my bed and make a lunch, sit back a little bit, sip my tea or whatever it was. You know what I mean? I wasn't really too much into just laying in bed unless I couldn't get out of bed. And I didn't get too many of those days. So I had COVID about I did have COVID a couple times back during the whole pandemic thing. I did catch it a couple times, and it was strange the way one time I remember getting it, And they list all the symptoms of COVID. I seemed like I had it for 10 days, and every day I had a new symptom. Like the first day, I had the fever, and you felt a little run down. Second day, I felt like I got the chills or something. Third day, I'd get like aches and pains. One day, I lost my taste. Now, that lasted for a few days. I finally couldn't taste anything. You go to eat something, no taste, nothing. So all those symptoms that were classic, common with the cold virus, with the COVID, I had them all like in succession every day. Most of them would go for a day, go away, and a new one would come up. And it says that's a strange virus right there. So Honey Rose, or I should say that is Nora. Nora also. Hello there. Ola Ola. Uh Good to see you back. Good to see you back there. Awesome. So I'm starting to see some familiar faces out there. That's good to see some new people coming in there. Good. I'm glad everybody's saying, giving their hellos out there. Let me know you're out there. I appreciate everybody showing up right now. So, oh, just to let you know, people, I haven't quite made the announcement. I was going to make a post on my post on the channel, but I think I told you last night. I've been accepted into the partners program, and I just before the broadcast, I had to go through the necessary, give them a form of ID and give them tax information, stuff like that. And so they're gonna able to be able to pay me and stuff. You know what I mean? So it's starting to get real. It's kind of weird in a way. Like I spent a lot of time, months and months on this channel. You know what I'm saying? Trying to like build something. Then things started happening. I reached certain milestones, and they were just starting to happen. I thought, okay, that's awesome. So I thought, okay, today I just did that. I haven't got then they want the bank information where they actually want to be able to send you depending on what you take. I could have a check mailed or something now if I wanted to, or I could just have them wire my money to an account or something. So hey, Crown V, congrats, Toms. Well, thank you so much and bravo. Yes, well, thanks a lot. People, I couldn't have done that without you. You're the only reason that's really happening. I just do the talking. I know I do the setup and I do the whole thing. But it's the fact that you are interested and you watch and you attend these and it's you out there that making it happen. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of the guy. I'm the remember the guy, pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. Remember that? That Oz was just the guy behind the curtain. Well, I'm not behind the curtain. I'm on the screen here. But that's my point, is that I'm just that guy. You're the ones making that happen. So I want to thank you all and congratulations to you and thank you for being out there and supporting this channel because you're it mainly. Okay. I know I'm the talker and you kind of have the input, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's cool though. Hello there, Charlie's. Oh, who's that? Who are you saying? Who's that? Charles. Somebody's out there. Okay. Ugh. So anyway, if anybody had any concerns, anything, hey, listen, if you want me to jump down a rabbit hole, you know the old drill here, people. Come up with a concern, a question, some kind of something that will intrigue us all, intrigue me, and I'll start trying to embellish on it. You know how it goes around here, right? Could be anything as long as it's something interesting, fascinating, or entertaining. You know what I'm saying? We'll do that, people. Okay. So all right. Hey, we have 12. So people are filing in. That's great. That is awesome. So hopefully everybody's having a fine and dandy long weekend. That is, if you're in the U.S. of A. That is. I'm not sure. I don't think. I think the Memorial Day week is strictly a U.S. holiday. More than likely, the territories in all the U.S. states celebrate this holiday. I don't believe it's not a worldwide thing. It can't be. No, it's a U.S. holiday. I would imagine each and every country, though, has their own version of their own Memorial Day, or they have their own customs and traditions of their own. But this is our U.S. holiday. It is the good old fashioned USA of A, after all, huh? Yeah. But Yeah. But anyway, like I said, you wanna add something to it or throw us down a little, rabbit hole or something. You throw that thing down the rabbit hole, I'll jump right in there. You know how I am, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, but we'll definitely go there. Um, but yeah, but as far as just our life goes, like I said, INFJ life, I mean, that could be hey, that could be another one. INFJ life, huh? Hey, have that be like one of those little magazines that you send out every week. You know what I mean? INFJ life. Like Reader's Digest. Life of the INFJ. They could have all these generic people that just like instead of you know instead of these people like laughing and playing and flying kites and those little illustrations, you show people like real serious and like that they're in contemplation. They'd always have to be serious looking and staring at you. Well, they'd show another INFJ, and he'd be he'd be doing his thing, but looking all serious. Yeah, that there you go, INFJ life, and they're always serious and like in deep, deep contemplation somewhere. They wouldn't be doing that whole thing where they're having picnics like in those, you know, those magazines we used to read. INFJ life feels so violent with normal everyday things, and people wonder why we isolate. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. It would have to be more of a it would have to be more like just showing a lot of like people that were, kind of like off a little bit, like a little distant, and always like having that stern look and stuff. Or they'd be like walking somewhere and they have that serious look. I only say that because that's the way I am a lot of times. People used to tell me I never smile. Nah, I guess that's something common with all of us. I don't think. Now, maybe we could do a poll. How many people out there smile? I mean, do you smile on command? You know, to me, listen, I smile when I'm genuinely happy. Well, I try to make sure it is genuine. I'm okay. I'll smile when I'm happy. And like, I do that here, and I will. But I try to be genuine. But so many times I think you see people like say the old say cheese and people say cheese, you know, and sometimes you ever see those pictures of these kids and they're in their grade school pictures and they just got their teeth pressed together like and they're just showing their teeth. You could tell it's all just staged, you know what I mean? Not staged, but these are children doing that. I mean, I think uh, I smile a lot and it triggers people. Okay. Yeah. It can. Oh yeah, certain people, if they're toxic people, if they're trying to get you agitated, trying to get you to react to them, and you throw on a smile or just like give them a completely um, different response. Oh, you could tell that they're disappointed. They're hoping to get you agitated. Oh, you're absolutely right, Crown V. Um, LOL, that's fun. I smile with my eyes. Most people think I'm crazy unless they know me and can see it. Smile with your eyes. I do that. How's that? I know they all eye smile, right? I I tend to have zero emotion in my face majority of the time, and it confuses people or makes them project their thoughts and emotions onto me. Oh yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Harp. Yeah. I'm the same way. I'm more of the stoic type. When I'm out and about, my face just goes on to like all the muscles in my face just go away. Like I have no not that I try to be angry, like there's just nothing there, like a complete blank face. Sometimes I wear the dark glasses too, and I got that look and just walking. I just kind of act me. And yeah, and sometimes people are in the grocery store if they cut in front of me and I give them a look like with that blank face, and they're like, "Sorry," like, like I'm gonna get angry, like they're thinking I'm gonna get like lose my mind or something, and they're like quick to apologize that they walked in front of me. Oh, sorry. A lot of people do that all the time. It's like I think that's what it is, and then I'm thinking to myself, I just it's almost like I understand now. It's like, you know what? Okay, I understand what that is. It's that classic stare. It must be that. that soul piercing stare that I've always had, that now I'm just aware of it. In fact, that's another thing. I mean, when you became aware of who you are, when you found out your personality, one thing you probably discovered right away is, oh my gosh, yeah, the stare. Yeah. You heard that you had this stare and that really stoic looking face. And it's like, oh my gosh, we all have that because that I've had pictures of me when I was 12 years old with that face. I've had a few, I've actually used a few of those snapshots too when I was a kid on some of my earlier videos. And there's one of them in my sixth grade graduation. I must have been 12 years old. And I'm in a suit and everything, and I'm kind of turned, and I got that. I'm staring right at the camera. My brother was snapping a picture, and I got that blank face, and I got that look. I mean, that soul piercing look at 12 years old. I'm like, there it is. Then I realized, oh my gosh, I've had that my whole life. I didn't know what, I didn't know anything about that back at 12 years old. You know what I mean? But right then I saw that it was there. Ah, so I'm thinking we all see glimpses of that in ourselves as well. I'm sure it's not just me. We're all doing that too, right? Poker freeze, yeah, I like that, Tom. Yeah. INFJ stare. You no, you don't. MMIABW. Oh, what hello there. Cringe. Grow man, by the way. Grown man, by the way. Oh, hello there. So hello there, MMIABW. Welcome to the show. So, so can I ask you a question? Were you led here by an algorithm by any chance? Just I've never seen your name before. You look like a new face out there. If you'd like to say hello, like to make a comment, so you can say hello to me. Yeah, and say hello to the rest of us here on the chat as well. Okay. So, what's on your mind? Do you have any concerns you'd like to talk about? Oh, where you from, by the way? I know I'm throwing a lot of questions out there. I'm just trying to be cordial and inviting. Okay, to the show. All right. So, grown man, by the way. Oh, the is that maybe that has something to do with my accent. I do that a lot. I do a lot of you know. I think that was the Boston thing. You ever heard Ted Kennedy? Remember Ted Kennedy? How about John F. Kennedy? Yeah, yeah. Ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country. See what I'm saying? Yeah, there's nothing worse than war in the 20th century. We must defeat Cuba and Castro. Okay, so enough of that. That's my worst John F. Kennedy impression. But basically, he had that Boston accent too. Now I got a variation of that myself, so I still have that. The was it keep the was it to keep from saying a swear? Oh, is that what that was? Okay. Uh, s- oh, s- ask not what you could do for your effing country. You mean like, oh no, he didn't say on that. I don't think he said it then, but really, um, I never thought it was that. I just picked it up as like I was trying to think. I was trying to make sure I said the next word or the next sentence just right. So it's like a pause. It's like a thought. It's a thought to make sure, and then it gets to be a habit. It just gets to be like see, like that. It just comes out. You know. Um, I I adore your accent, Tom. It is great. I have no accent, and I'm boring here. Crown V. So where are you from, Crown V? I mean, just what part of the country? If you say you have no accent, I'm sure you do. It's just that you don't detect it because it's where you're from. Usually, you don't think you have an accent when everybody else around you has the same accent. You don't hear it. And that's just your dialect. But when you leave where you're from and you go to a different part of the country, and now you start hearing that accent that's prevalent there, and all of a sudden people say, no, you got an accent. So, it depends on where you're from, though. And obviously, if you're, so I grew up in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado outside of Broken Ridge. Oh, Breckenridge. Okay, I know. I don't know exactly where Breckenridge is. I'm sure it's a part of Colorado. I would imagine it's either near Boulder or I mean, I know there's Boulder, Denver, and Aspen are the major cities out in Colorado that I've heard of. I'm sure there's a few more. I'm not forgive me if I'm leaving a few out, but these come to mind, of course. I've never actually been to Colorado. I just know I've read about it a few times in atlases and maps. Looks like a nice state though. But listen, usually that part of the country is like it may not be a pronounced accent. In fact, they say that the Midwest accent is one of the purest forms of English in the United States. I mean, there's no Southern drawl. There's no Boston accent like I got. You see what I mean? You don't have that distinctive New York accent where everything's like instead of saying car, they say car. Instead of saying park, they say pork. Like their eyes are like, oh, they're drawled a little bit. They're kind of, they get that that Brooklyn sound. It's that Brooklyn accent. But that's a defined accent right there. But I think in Colorado, it's not that they don't have a distinctive. The reason you're saying it's no accent now, I've heard that Midwest area, that whole area has a more of a very everything's pronounced pretty well. I mean, I wouldn't say it's the King's English kind of thing, but it has a good pronunciation, and the dialect is very well. It's not we don't have those distinctive accents like I talked about before. Breckenheart is a big ski town. I would imagine there's a lot of ski towns up there. Definitely. People say they have a sing-song voice. So maybe that's my accent. Bahaha. A sing-song voice. Okay. I wonder how that goes. Well, like they have a lot of declinations and declinations, like they rise and then they go down. And then I went up to there and then I came down there and I went to, and then they went, I mean, kind of like that. Like they have their voice up and down. I'm just trying to imagine what you mean by sing song. I would imagine that has something to do with it, right? So, I mean, I've heard it before. I could think like sometimes when I know Tim Allen had that show, Last Man Standing, and that was based in Colorado. Now, Tim Allen, when I think of like him talk, I don't really hear a very distinctive accent in him. I mean, he's got like just an American accent, but it's like that Midwestern accent where there's not a lot of specific um, accents that you can really identify. So people say they have oh yeah, the sing song voice. Yeah, but I'm thinking still, but if you go outside of that, you go outside of where you're from and you go to a different area, and people would identify that you're not from that area right away by your accent. So I'm sure you do have somewhat of an accent. It's just it's just not as prevalent because you didn't leave the area. You know what I mean? All right. So, but but anyway, yeah, that's it's good to see everybody showing up here though. Okay, so we got Harp out there with a cold. Hey, so how do you think you got that cold, Harp? You think you caught it from somebody else? You got it from at work? I mean, I know you say you're not married with kids. I mean, a lot of times kids bring home colds all the time. Your kids might be coming home and they got it from school or they got it from somewhere. They were out and about. And usually kids just spread their own colds and germs within each other. I mean, they're kids, though. What do you expect? They do that. And then they bring them home and they give them to their parents all the time. So, I mean, typically that stuff kind of happens too, right? But not necessarily. So, okay. But anyway, yeah. So we're talking about accents. There you go. Sometimes I used to do this thing where I used to do these impressions. I haven't done them as much. I started doing them here on the lives only because I get steered into doing them. They happen. But I used to try to do all these different accents as a kid, like the English ones and the Cockney ones and all that. I could think I think it could have something to do with my massage therapy because you um, immune system can be temporarily compromised and to explain it will be for too long. You mean from a massage, your immune system is temporarily compromised from getting a rub down? How does that work? How does that make any sense? So they're giving you a massage, they're doing the old rub down, getting your shoulders all whatever, and so somehow your immune system's I don't know. I don't can't figure that one out there. It's also think my coworker probably secretly gave it to me because he got me sick multiple times already. Oh, gee. So the fact that he's not caring, and maybe he's got kids at maybe he's the guy with all the kids at home, and he's getting all the colds, and then yeah, like I said, you go to work and somebody's not real clean, or they have clean poor habits, and yeah, they spread their germs over there, right? So hey, it could be something as stupid as this. I mean, you're at work, and and the guy's got a cold, and he's like he coughs or he sneezes in his hand, you know, and he doesn't clean his hand right away, and he goes to grab a doorknob. He grabs that doorknob and goes into wherever he's going, wherever it is, and then 3 seconds later, you're doing your job too. You grab that same doorknob. There you go, and all you got to do is just wipe your nose a little bit after that. And that's all it takes to spread your germs, because we're not constantly, washing our hands every 5 seconds. I mean, maybe some people do, but we're typically not doing that kind of thing. Funny thing is with COVID, when the whole COVID was going on, people were quick to wash those doorknobs. You see what I mean? They were quick to wash those handles, those pens, even a pen. You know how many times you share a pen? You grab a pen from somebody, you write it, and then you put it back in a pen cap, and then you go. Somebody else grabs that pen. If it's a certain amount of time, those germs stay on there. You write with that pen, and there you go. If it's on your fingers, you caught it. It doesn't take much. It really doesn't. So, but like I said, but my point was originally is that I hadn't caught a regular common cold in years, and I just happened to get one. Like I said, back in wintertime, I caught one for the first time in many years because I think things are going back to normal now that the whole lockdown, the whole pandemic simmered down a little bit. Now they got this new one coming out. What is it? What's that new one they got? I can't remember. They got a whole um I can't the N1A1 or it was some kind of code they got for the new one they got. I also went to a friend's house last week, and even though they didn't seem sick, I could have got it from them too. Oh yeah, could be. Yeah, could be. Uh yeah. Either way, yeah, it's just it's a communicable thing. No doubt about that. Okay. You are most likely past it on before you show symptoms. Um, yeah. Oh, that's true. That's true. Sometimes it incubates for a few days. I mean, you might get that. Let's say that first contact with that cold is on a Monday, and you get that whole thing. Like I said, the doorknob thing, all that. It could be on a Monday. You may not start getting those symptoms till Saturday, or maybe Friday or Saturday. It's going to take several days before it incubates, before you start getting the sniffs or the cough, or you know what I'm saying? All that stuff, all the symptoms of your cold won't start showing up for days sometimes. Most contagious in the first 3 days. Yeah, I've heard that too. Is that you mean first 3 days before you actually came down with the symptoms? Like 3 days after you touch that doorknob, you've already got it. Is that what you're saying? But the thing is, you would think your contagion would have to do with the fact that you're discharging. Your nose is running a little more, and when you cough in the air, your vapors going off in the air, so it's starting to spread that way, and it has a lot to do with the fact that you're more mucusy. You got more, nose things dripping and stuff, right? But I guess you're right, though. Either way, it has something to do with the whole incubation period and how long it's going to take to fully manifest in you, and how far you're able to spread the contagion, right? Okay, talking about colds over here and how to prevent the common cold. Hey, now that we're talking about colds, what's some of the best preventatives? Hey, want to talk about this, Harp, right? Some of the best things you can do, like, have you ever tried? eating like raw garlic, like while you're having a cold or just before, there's something inside of garlic. I mean, maybe I know it's a harsh pill to swallow. And I've tried this a couple times, and it seems as though it shortly kills the duration of a cold because garlic in itself is a disinfectant in your bloodstream. And when you start eating like raw garlic, I'm talking about taking a clove, and if you can stomach this, chew it up and swallow it. Now it is a burning, painful. Again, it's painful. It's like stinging as it's going down your esophagus. And as it hits your stomach, you can feel it in there. But the thing is as it's being digested, it's in your bloodstream. Now, all that I guess it makes your blood very uncomfortable for the cold virus. It just makes it just that. It just makes it a not so pleasant place to be because it's just irritating. That same irritation as you're swallowing that thing is doing that in your bloodstream. Now, that cold virus is going to die a lot quicker. And as you're taking the garlic, sometimes it just starts to kill that virus pretty quick, you know? So, I mean, these are just some of the things that I've heard too. I mean, I know just cook with extra garlic, Tom. It tastes better and it isn't as harmful as raw garlic. And yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, you can make chicken noodle soup, excuse me, and put extra garlic in that stuff. But some about the garlic though, that's one of your keys right there. I mean, I just gave it the old-fashioned way, chew a piece of raw garlic, but yeah, you could just put extra garlic in your food while you're sick, all right? There's a lot of that has a lot to do with it right there. I know the old saying is, lots of vitamin C that'll flush through, lots of orange juice, lots of VC, and extra VC because it flushes right through and it boosts the immune system as well. So there's a few things you got to do. But bottom line, it's all about duration with the cold. I mean, it'll stick around longer if you don't take care of it. If you don't eat that good, it won't go away as quick at all. So, all right. Um, Ginger is good for colds. Yep, that's true. I heard that. See, we all have a lot of. I think these are all common things that are good for the. I can't eat garlic in a vampire. JK. Oh, you're a junior vampire in a vampire JK. What is vampire J? What does that mean? I have ginger and turmeric tea. Oh, there you go. Ginger and turmeric tea. I'm sure that's pretty good too. That's a good remedy. I'm sure. Yeah. Hey, good old fashioned chicken soup though. A really good hearty one. I mean, a real good one with lots of garlic, lots of chicken, just lots of good broth in there. And if it's stewed just right, that's one of the best remedies right there. The old chicken soup remedy too. You eat that like every day. Yeah. But it's gotta have the right ingredients in there. You can even squeeze a little bit of lemon. There's certain recipes that actually call for lemon juice inside your chicken soup. It enhances the flavor and it gives it just that more of something more to help fight that virus, with the lemon juice in there too. And it just adds a nice lemon twist, I guess you could say. You know what I mean? So depending on the recipe you're going with, right? So I think, yeah, there's a lot of different good remedies out there. There's no doubt about that. Well, anyway, so you know what you got to do now, Harp. There you go. You get some good. You got all that. Yeah, but just don't go run down the store and grab a bunch of Campbell's chicken noodle soups and think that's going to do it. The ones with the little noodles, the ones with the little square cubes of chicken. That's not enough. You got to make the real stuff. I think it's got to be a homemade batch. It's got to be the real batch. So. Um, yeah, fresh garlic, ginger, honey. Yeah, old people remedies. Yeah, they are old people. A lot of those are exactly that. Those are those old wives' tale, old-fashioned remedies. But I'll tell you though, the thing is that those are some of the best. Some of those classic remedies are still there. I mean, just because they're old remedies doesn't mean they're outdated. Because some of the things that they were doing years ago with nutrition and foods and different things, They're ageless, they're timeless. And, just, nothing new age technology can just mask over or come up with anything better. They're just they are the best remedies, and they've been around for hundreds of years. So, yeah, it's always a good thing. Old people remedies. Yeah. Hey, sometimes I hear guys will say, just take a shot of Jack Daniels and it'll knock you right out and sleep it off. You'll be so knocked out you won't even feel like you're sick. It'll just knock you out. I mean, I've heard that too. You know what I mean? Some people just take NyQuil or take a couple shots of Jack Daniels and they turn in and they figure that's going to cure them. I mean, I guess it might. Just all it does is just knock them out and don't know where they are. They're just passed out. Mom used to give me those old ginger candies, and when I was sick, I didn't want to get better. I didn't want to get better, but she could tell. Why didn't you want to get better? You just wanted to stay out of school for a couple more days? I know how that is. You just wanted to stay you wanted to keep being sick so you didn't have to go to school. I think I've done that a couple times. Yeah. "I'm still sick, mom." "Oh, no, you're not sick anymore. Go to school." So you keep acting sick. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I think we've all done stuff like that too, right? I mean, hey, I was always trying to find ways of getting out of school myself, so that might have been one of them. I tried once or twice. Either that or I'd just walk out and or just not show up, pretend I get up to the door and decide buddy of mine say, "Hey, Tom, let's skip." All right. Then you end up just, doing stupid stuff for the whole day, You skip school, well, then you get in trouble. "Why weren't you in school?" Your parent, the teacher calls up your mother. "Hey, he wasn't in school." It catches up to you though. No wonder I ran away, huh? Yeah, what a kid. Um, yeah, but I'm sure we all hey, look, I think we all had similar lives, but I think we also had very different lives at the same time. We'd all weren't following the same exact life, I'm sure. So, well, anyway, so people, if there's anybody new out there to the channel, I see a lot of you. I think just about everybody are people that have been here that I'm very, very familiar with. But if there is anybody new out there that is just stumbling across this channel, if you'd like to introduce yourself, and if you have any questions, any concern, and listen, people, if there's anything eating at you, anything bothering you, anything you'd like to concern in regard to your life, maybe your troubles, your heartaches, your bad habits, your fears and anxieties. You can discuss them right here. We can talk about those. Look, I'll do my best. I'll do my best to try to be that shoulder to cry on. You know what I mean? I'll try. I mean, I'll do my best to try to talk you off the ledge. How's that? All right. But if not, we'll talk about we'll ask some questions, and you can tell us about a little bit about yourself, where you're from, what your day is like, and things like that. We'll discuss it. But you gotta kind of just let me know who you are. Okay. Yeah. Just enter in a text. Say hi. I'm I'm Charlie, and I'm from Detroit, Michigan, or whatever you want to say. I mean, whatever. I'm just throwing that out there, people. Right? I mostly am bothered. I'm a bothered person, but if I do have something bothering me, I am I am currently too sick to give a damn. Hey, there you go. There you go. There you go. Just yeah, you're resting up there. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Um, I just throw that out there. I just like to be that's what I'm here for. We're just here to kind of talk about things and discuss in particular discuss our mind and our personality and our our salvation basically. I mean, that's ultimately what we're all about here. It's just finding some kind of peace within ourselves, some kind of a refuge, not only a refuge within this channel, let's say. I mean, basically, ultimately, you need to find that place of solace within your soul. And there is one there, people. That you can find a state of like contentment where you're living a good life, where you're no longer, you might be alone, but you don't feel alone anymore. Typically, as you know, people, whoever's new to this channel, this is the INFJ experience, and we just basically cover personality types, and a lot of times we cover our type, our personality type, the INFJ. And other introverted intuitives, now they have their own set of issues. They do. They definitely have their own drawbacks to their alignments. They have their own set of things that they have to deal with. But INFJs have their own unique um, set of challenges in their personality, and a lot of, I think most of the times we, even from the time we were children, right up until the time we're in our mid adult lives, a very we have a very, let's say, tormented life in some ways. Now, I know I did, people. I'm only basing it on myself. I can't speak for everybody out there. Now, I had a particularly trying life through much of my life. I kept it in a lot, though. I learned early on that there was nobody who really, I tried confiding in early, but nobody had any answers. People didn't really couldn't put an um put an answer onto anything. Um, and if I went to my mom, let's say, or if I went to my brothers, they always made it sound like all my concerns were not that bad. You've actually got it good. You're just, it was always met with that. Like my concerns didn't matter. I was over exaggerating, or I was just saying it to get attention. That the classic, they really disregarded what was going on. And they tried to gaslight me into thinking that it was my problem, that I was just making these up, making it happen, where I wasn't really as bad off as I let on. And that's the way it was dealt with. But, things were going on. Well, I mean, whether or not your life was like that or not, I'm sure that's a lot of times we're misunderstood through our life, even with our own family sometimes, you know? Now, I think I think we all have our own, like I said, we have our own drawbacks, we have our own issues going on in our life, and but sometimes that's what we got to do to resolve them. Is either you try to talk them out or you keep them to yourself. But sometimes I think we keep them to ourselves because what's the point? You start opening up to people, and that's the kind of response they give to you. Is that you're just, you're exaggerating, you're making it up, you're just gaslighting yourself to get attention, type of thing. Oh, here, hello there. We have round 8191. I believe I've seen that name at least one other time before. And what does I and F, I'm assuming J, do when his FE job gets tired? What does I and F do when his FE, extroverted feeling job, gets tired? When his FE job gets tired. Oh, okay. Well, he ad libs. Sometimes I think what happens is he's waiting, he's hoping something happens that, something that rejuvenates him when he's getting tired. FE job. Yeah, I get the big old parentheses in there, big old exclamation points in there. What does it? When his job gets tired. Uh, Fe Fe functions. What is that word? I'm going to say Fe functions, but it looks to me like is that another language? Is that Portuguese or something? Harp, is that Portuguese? What is that? FONCTONNNE? No, that's not Portuguese. Is that sorry for my English? I'm sorry. No, maybe you misspelled that because the way it looked like ONNE looks like TO. FE functions, your extroverted feeling. Okay, so you're saying when you have a job that has regard to your FE job and you're getting tired. In other words, when you're dealing like with your extroverted feeling job, I mean, like in particular, what kind of job are we referring to? In other words, like a counselor, a therapist, a I don't know, a YouTube guy on a channel. I mean, you're trying to talk about personality. I'm trying to figure out what you mean by an FE job. What is that exactly? Like, can you give me an example what that kind of job is? Round, round. Um, okay, so FE, so yeah, extroverted feel. I figured you meant that. I'm just trying to think if you can give me an example of what that job is. But what do they do when they get tired? I think at that point, if you're getting tired and you have an FE job, I think in reality, if you can, I mean, depending on your time schedule, depending on your workload, depending on your hourly rate, whatever you're doing, I mean, if you're in the middle of your job and you got to keep going on your job, you don't go home. You don't go home early unless you're really sick. You have to keep your job. You have to maintain your job and you got to go through with it and do the best you can, even if you're exhausted. And when you get out of that job, try to find some rest. Try to find a little bit of recentering within your job. Try to find your alone time. That's all I can say is that, yeah, you have to just, you got to do your thing and then make sure when you can, when you do have your downtime, use it accordingly, use it wisely, use it to the best of your efficiency to recharge. Okay. I mean, that's about the best thing I could think of right there. I mean, I know what you're saying. FE job. I mean, anything that requires extroverted feeling, that would be reaching out to people, making connections, making some kind of contact, making something to do with, in the functioning world with people, trying to connect. Yeah, I get that. Helping people. Well, that's all I can think of. But bottom line is, first of all, don't abandon your job. Don't throw your hands up and say, I'm tired. I'm fatigued. I don't care about anybody. I got to go home because I'm sick. You can't go home. You got a job to do. Do your job. As Bill Belichick, Patriots head coach. Remember that guy from that dynasty year? Tom Brady, Bill Belichick, every just do your job. He'd yell at the guys, You could see him. Well, do your job. And when your job's over, find a way to rest. Okay, that's basically all you can do. I hope I answered that question right. So I actually pulled the wisdom of Bill Belichick, the the great Bill Belichick into that. How about that one for you? Huh? I mean the cognitive functions, not the job. Oh, after I said all that, you mean not the job? Okay, I mean the cognitive functions, not the job. Um, so what do you do when you get okay? So bottom line is, um, okay, so when you get tired in your FE of your cognitive, so not your job gets tired. When your FE functions gets tired, basically the same thing. You got to find a point where you can't neglect your life. You still got to at least maintain. You have to maintain your functions. You got to do your extroverted sensing, and sometimes we got to put ourselves out there to complete our task. So I guess basically it's the same thing. I mean, but yeah, but as far as when you have that extroverted, I know what you mean. Basically, you're saying when we get exhausted from too many people, too much stimulation, we get burned out. We get burned out from people. I mean, we are introverts, by the way, and INFJs especially. This is one of those things that we have a drawback on is the fact that too much social interaction drains us, and whether we knew it or not, that's part of who we are. Now, listen, for the first 57 years of my life, I had no idea what I was. I mean, I knew I was kind of different. I knew I was different than other people. I didn't realize that I was an introvert and that you needed alone time to recharge. I instinctively always saw myself drifting off alone, and I'd spend time alone instinctively, and I felt like I didn't realize I needed that. It wasn't like it was a part of a script or anything, like an understanding of a personality type, but I did know that. But there was some times I didn't know how to regulate it. I was not an understanding that I had in my mind that this is something I need to do is that too many that this is part of the problem is that over overstaying my welcome, as you might say, in a crowd with people was what was causing that whole thing, was causing my fatigue, was causing my exhaustion, But once I found out, that's another good reason I found out about what MBTI type was and how that is a trademark of our type. By understanding who you are, I mean, first of all, I think somebody that has that cognitive has to understand themselves. It's always good to know your type and to know that you need this so you can regulate it. And so, and if you're aware of this, then you know you have certain amount of time that you can have with your social interaction with people. And once you're aware of that understanding, then you can regulate it. And hopefully you don't get to that point of being overly exhausted with and having to need to shut down and isolate to recharge, go into those bunker zones, those monk modes in order to get it all back because you burned yourself out. We want to avoid the burnout, boss, basically. And if we can manage to avoid that burnout before that happens, that's ultimately our goal is to make sure. But understanding our type is imperative to that whole goal that we have. Okay. And that's another reason why I'm here because after I understood myself and understood that's what I needed, then that's what helped me out to maintain and regulate myself better. Well, I hope that answered your question. I do, round round. And I want to welcome you to the show, by the way. Welcome you to the channel. And I mean the cognitive function. So hopefully that was a good answer for you there. Okay. Extroverted feeling. Yeah, there you go. Hey, George Porge, peace of mind. You can learn to separate and detach from our FE sometimes, but it takes effort. Very good point. Now, listen, George, there's an experienced INFJ out there talking. There's somebody that knows himself and figured himself out, knows how to regulate it. Oh, yeah, that's an experienced one right there. George, I'm going to say you're probably about my age. You're probably in your late 50s, late 40s. I mean, I'm not saying because you're old, like old, look old. I'm saying because your wisdom. There's only like an older INFJ would say something like that, an experienced, wise one. Okay. Uh, thank you very much, sir. Well, I hope that answered your question, though, round round. So detach. No, hey, now listen, round round. Here's another one. George just had a very good one about detaching from your extroverted feeling as well. Um, and again, I think that has a lot to do with the inter, in, inter that has a lot to do with the shadow. What's that word for it? Gosh, why can't I think of that? The shadow, will you join with his shadow? What's that word? My gosh, I can't believe it. I have all these words in my head. I can't think. Why am I stuck right now? Um, your shadow. Gosh, that shadow side, and like you have to integrate it. Yeah, that's it. Integration in your shadow is basically, I think, I don't know if this is what you're talking about, George, but detaching for your FE at sometimes, at and it takes effort. In other words, it takes practice. It takes understanding of yourself to do just that. To be detached from your FE. Um, I think that has a lot to do with regulating your empathy, having a good control of this is basically being able to be around people without absorbing their emotions. This is a way of being in situations where they're not draining you, where you're detached in a sense, you're separate from them. And again, this is again the reason you said that, George, makes you think you're a very experienced older guy. You're turning 50 next month. Okay, you're turning 50. Now that's a 50, so that's a middle-aged. You're well, I mean, I am older than you, George, by the way, but still, I figured you were older. But yeah, that's an experienced way of thinking, though, because as we get older too, once you start understanding yourself, you understand we have a level of empathy, and that FE is tied in with the empathy and your introverted intuition because a lot of that empathy is a lot of it's a way of picking up emotions on people. It's feeling them, but we're absorbing them. They drain us when we pick up these emotions typically, and our introverted intuition is all piecing all these things together for us. It's taking the empathy, we're feeling the emotions, kind of getting reads of people emotionally, but we're also picking up cues from their facial expressions, from their actions, from their words, their tones. So we're reading a lot, but the empathy is what we absorb. This is a lot of where we're losing our energy. This is where we're picking up these energies and absorbing them is where we are being depleted from our FE. It's mostly from that. Now, I think that instinctively, or actually, it takes a, like you said, it takes effort. And George, I'm glad he said that, is that it takes effort that you have to understand yourself. Again, it's all about acceptance and understanding who you are. Once you accept yourself and understand your personality and understand that you have this level of empathy, you can start honing it in. Now, a lot of it takes practice. Takes practice. You have to know that when you're feeling something, you have to detect and understand what is outside of you and what is part of you. Because a lot of the times we're thinking that we might all of a sudden start feeling things like we might start feeling emotions or sadnesses around us, and we think that they're ours. And most of our life we spend not being able to decipher our emotions from others. Now, as you get older and get wiser, and you start understanding that a lot of these emotions are outside of you, you may feel them, but just know that you're detecting them. You don't absorb them. You don't take them as yours. You're saying, okay, you're kind of looking outside yourself, saying, I know I'm feeling these. I'm not absorbing these. So once you start getting to that point, you can start practicing and honing in your empathy where you actually are not absorbing them anymore. And there you're not draining yourself because you're not absorbing them, but you still know they're there. This is an advanced wise INFJ. This is advanced understanding your empathy. And this takes a little bit of time in your life as you grow and obviously as you develop and through trials and tribulations in your life and understanding yourself, you start honing in these skills. You'll start understanding yourself. And that's another way to preserve your energy as well. Okay. Now I thank you, George, for bringing that up because I think he probably that's basically what he's talking about right there. Okay. I've actually got a couple of videos. I've had a couple of videos where I talk about that very thing about how we can become the masters of our own empathy. And I think that's part of like our development. We have to master empathy in our life, and it doesn't master us. Okay. Um, because that's one of our greatest gifts right there. This whole thing is our gift that we have. These are our main functions, our introverted intuition, our empathy, our way of reading things. When we master that without it absorbing us, without it depleting us, I should say, without it draining us, is when we've mastered it. Uh, I look like I'm 20, though. Funny enough, some empaths uh, like like me look. They say I look young for my age. So you're 50 and you look like you're 20? Really? Okay. Wow. I mean, I believe you. I absolutely believe that, George. Okay. I honestly do because I'm 61 years old and I look like I'm 80. So I'm only kidding. I got a little bit of gray hair in there. I know. I mean, I probably, some people say I look like I'm mid 40s or so. I'm not going to say I look 20, but some people say, depending on the way depending on how the sunlight hits my hair, I might have a lot of gray, but sometimes I don't have as much, you know? Just think if I started using Grecian Formula 14 there, or fifth, whatever it is, and started dyeing my hair, which I don't want to do, you know? If I got it all looking brown again, I mean, you know, but I definitely believe you look 20 at 50. I could believe that. Well, anyway, I hope that answered your question as well, round round. I think that actually added to the whole discussion as to and how we can, keep our energy. All right, and keep our yeah. So yeah, but okay. Are they still there? Round round, are you still out there? I'm not sure if you're still out there or not, but hope that answered everybody's question out there. That was a good question, though. All right. So we have 8 watching. It went up to about 13. It kind of bounces around. Now it's at 7. I notice kind of bounces around these the the view thing here, you know. So yeah, that was see that's what I mean. You got me jumping down a rabbit hole. These are just things that I think we can talk about as far as that. Tom have a youthful spirit and a way of being youthful spirit and way of being though. Uh yeah, so it's the youthful spirit. So I still look 80. So you agree with that? You're saying, yeah, you still look 80, Tom, but you act young. You got a youthful spirit. I just threw that in there. All right, I just threw that in there, you know. Um, I think that's part of my yeah, I think that's part of what it is. I got a youthful spirit. Yeah, I hope that's what it is. Sure. I think, I think I think bottom line is, hey, we're supposed to kinda go back to a moment of kinda innocence. I think part of our journey in life, though, not just as not just as INFJs, but as people, as, human beings, I think we're supposed to find a way of, in our authentication, when we individualize, when we find our let's say we're born again as the Lord called it. It's all the same thing. Did you ever know that? I mean, Carl Jung had a way of talking about authentication, individualizing. It's all the same as being born again, which is talked about in the faith. It's just another way of saying it. I mean, I bet you could find references in Buddhism about, finding nirvana. It's a way of like finding your trueness, your wholeness. It's so many different languages and different avenues to get there. Um, and some of it's psychological, some of it's spiritual. A lot of it's spiritual based, but it's all basically the same terminology in so many ways, you know. But but my point is that I think a lot of it has to do with your mind has to return to a point of innocence. And I don't mean innocence like you're dumb again. I don't mean innocence like you're just a dumb kid who doesn't know anything. I mean more like just where your mind is no longer corrupted. Because through the course of our life too, as we're being programmed, as we're being changed into our not our not selves, our inauthentic selves, as we're being conditioned by the world, we're being corrupted too. We're being corrupted in our mind, and it's apparent. You can turn on most media, you can turn on mainstream media. You hear it in song lyrics all the time, in printed form. You hear propaganda. You hear things that are constantly corrupting our mind, perversing our mind, tainting our mind, twisting our mind, and we're bombarded with it all day, every day. Okay, and a lot of it we have to know it is what it is, that we're being lied to, we're being changed, we're being corrupted in a sense. So I think part of our authentication in our life is seeing this thing, seeing it for what it is. So part of your process of authenticating and finding your true nature, your true self, uh, during that process is all part of that. Because as you start authenticating and getting closer to your trueness, you'll start seeing these things start revealing themselves to you. They'll start to bubble up again. All the things that you were conditioned, that you believed, the way you thought, the way you were kind of maybe you were formed and conditioned to believe certain things. You'll start looking at them as absurd. You'll start seeing them for what they are and realize, why was I thinking that? That's that's not right. So these things you'll start to slowly purify. So your mind purifies in a sense. So you're returning back to a sense of innocence in a way. Your mind is cleansing. Your toxic corruption that you've been indoctrinated into starts to dissipate with your whole authentication as well. Now, when I've talked a lot too about, I've talked also about when we meditate. I've talked about meditation on this, and it dawned on me that basically that's part of your authentication. When I've actually said that a lot of times if you get into the state of meditating and you start, you know, looking at your thoughts, start separating your your thoughts from your stillness in yourself. You're conditioning your mind. You're trying to change your mind. You're trying to make sure that you're objectively looking at your thoughts in a different way. But these things start coming up to review. This is part of what your meditation is. When you meditate, you become aware of yourself and you practice your meditation. The things that were starting to inauthenticate you, whatever tainted you in the journey of your life, whatever traumatized you, whenever you reacted improperly to some situation and you didn't resolve them, maybe you buried them in your shadow. Okay, as Carl Jung said, we bury these shadows deep within our psyche. We put them way down, they repress them. But as you start meditating, these things come up. This is the part of your soul. It came to me. I said, that's part of what Young was saying is the fact that when you start during the meditation, like things come up to review. Now, these are those shadows coming into the consciousness in a sense. But typically through the course of our life, what kept these things repressed was when we started thinking of these things in our shadow that we were ashamed of, or things we tried to keep burying within that shadow. We typically did just that. We'd want to forget them. We'd want to bury them again, keep them deep in that cellar, let's say. Okay. But as you meditate, these things have to come back up. And instead of burying them, you have to observe them and not react to them. Observe them, see them without reacting, without resenting them, without rehashing them every time. This is a chance of integrating them with your consciousness. This is part of the integration with your consciousness he was talking about, is to not react to them. And the more you see this, as you go through these practices and your exercise, your meditation, because you're doing just that. You're making sure your thoughts, you're not caught up in your thoughts anymore. So now you're able to look at these shadows objectively as they come up for review. And as long as you don't react to them, don't fear them, don't try to repress them again, now they're into the consciousness. And at this point here, I say that they start dissipating, but you start to basically, um, what is that? Authenticate yourself. You see what I mean? These shadows are now integrated. Okay. I mean, that's what Carl Jung's terminology was. Now you could go back and you could listen to some of the teachings of, let's say, the Lord on the Sermon of the Mount. I mean, he had his own way of putting things, but he said things similarly in his own parables. I mean, not exactly the same way. He talked about being born again. I mean, that whole thing about being born again, that was Jesus's way of talking about authenticating yourself. You know, you had to re-authenticate, you had to purify, you had to return to innocence, back to being like a small child again. He talked about that as well. You know, we had to uncorrupt our mind, purify our mind, and authenticate. And that's when we find our true selves. It's all the same thing. It's just it's just in different terms. Okay. Uh oh, Tom, you have a youthful spirit. Oh gosh, everybody went away. I thought that would draw people in. Where'd everybody go? Oh man. Uh oh, tough crowd, tough crowd. Oh my gosh. I only have 3 watching. What happened? Where'd everybody go, people? Did I did I say, "Hey, 3 watching." Did I say something? Did I say something I scared everybody away? I had like 10 people. I looked back over there. I'm like, everybody went away. What happened? What'd I do, you know? I hope Hey, Jethro, how you doing? How are you? Uh, you know how it goes, the, in and out, LOL. Yeah, I know that. I know that. I get into a little bit of a tirade there, and I look and it's like, "Ah, what happened? Everybody disappeared after that." Sometimes I try to rate myself, and it's like, how many people are joining in, hanging around, or going away? And I'm looking at the thing. I'm like, oh, everybody kind of went away. I thought here I am thinking I was on a roll. Like, hey, I'm really in a roll here. Like, hey, what the hell go? You know? So I'm just speaking my mind right now. You know, that's all. Well, it's good to see you out there, Jethro. Good to, how's everything going? You must have just got out of work. I would think you must have just got to a point where you could check out the live, huh? I've been on YouTube, but just seen you were live. Usually you're in my feed when you're live. Yeah, I've been here for a little over an hour now, too. Hour and three, almost an hour and 3/4 here. Going on, yeah, not quite 2 hours, but we're getting close to it. So, but yeah. So how's everything going? I know you were taking a little bit of time off there. You were take a little bit of R&R. You were telling me before. Well, hey, actually, it's a long weekend. I think we're all doing that in our own way. I mean, that extra day off gives us a little bit of leeway to do some extra things, right? Which is always a good thing, right? Definitely. Got to do that sometime. Um, so Well, anyway, if anybody new is joining the live, hello, how are you? Good to see you. This is the Infj experience, and yeah, my name's Tom Omega. If you are new here, and so if you have any concerns, any questions, what we like to talk about is just basically talk about um, things that we can relate to, things that we can talk about as far as our troubles, our our sadnesses, our loneliness, and how to resolve them. Just how to just be decent people. How to get out of our funks in life, I guess you could say. Um, I've I've been good, but I'm still not doing any moving around. LOL. Oh, not any moving around. When you say moving around, you mean you're not like you're not walking around. You mean you're not exercising, that kind of moving around? We're talking about. Or just yeah, well, I get that. Being lazy. Oh yeah. No, I get that. I get that. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that every so often. Yeah. Sometimes I'm sometimes I'm real good at being lazy. I can be very good at that when I have to be or want to be. Yeah. Hey, today I've been home all day today. I mean, I had a couple things to do this morning and had a couple things to do here, and I always knew, but I knew I was going on live again at 4 o'clock, 4 p.m. this afternoon. Um, so I might do my shopping tomorrow, just do that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, every so often you just gotta. I mean, not only that. I mean, up here in the Northeast, gosh, it's raining all day. It's still raining. It's been raining all day today. And if you look out my window, you really can't tell, but it's not a real sunny day. It's a cloudy looking day from my window. Even on the screen here, I'm seeing it's like a cloudy day. And trust me, it's just rainy all day. It's one of those days you just want to chill out and stay home and just do your thing, you know. So that's good. So we have six watching, so that's good. Um, uh, so all of a sudden, like I said, I had a lot more than that. But it is it's good to it's good to see everybody's doing well though. I'm glad to see a lot of the regulars are coming into the chat and some new people, some regulars. And but it's always good to see some new faces out there though. Um yeah, but bottom line is this channel is all about basically mainly like I said, it's all about the self-help though. You know, we're all about that. We try to make sure that we're just keeping each other. Listen, a lot of this has to do with just knowing we're not alone out in the world. That's all. Just knowing that we're not isolated. You know, I mean, so many times in our life, as you know, INFJs. That's one thing. That's one thing we have that seems to be that draws us in common is our loneliness. Sometimes we get alone, and we have nobody to turn to, in so many times. But we're so good at that, though. Typically, we're so good at not turning to anybody. We turn into ourselves. We turn with inward and we keep it all in. And we're good at that though. And we introspect. And all we can do is just focus inward. You know, when you got nowhere to go, you have to go inward and introspect within yourself. So that's one thing we all seem to have in common. Um, but occasionally though, sometimes there's always that cry from the depth of your internal soul that says, am I crazy? You ask those questions. Is there something crazy about me? Why am I so different? You always ask questions. Sometimes we come to those moments in our life where we cry from the depths of where we are and wonder, why am I like this? Am I crazy? What's wrong with me? We start thinking this thing's wrong with us. And we've all been there. We've all been there at some point. And but the thing is, people just know that we got a community here that's at least we just know we're not alone anymore. At least there's a place you can turn to where you're not going to feel crazy anymore. You're not going to feel totally alone. You know, I mean, we're not going to. You see what I mean? So that's all we can do is just be here to just let you know that We're alone together, if that makes any sense. Okay. I don't know where that came from. That just came out someday. Be alone together. Introverts unite in the safety of your own home. You ever see a there was somebody had a meme about that. You ever see that meme? Anybody? It's like got a fist out there, right? And it says introverts unite. And on the bottom it says in the safety of your own home, or separately in your own home. That's it. So it's kind of a paradox in itself, like introverts unite, but all by themselves in their house. You know what I mean? I mean, it does make sense though. I mean, that's how an introvert would unite as introverts. They're all on their own cubbies in their own houses, but they're somehow united. They're not going to no protests and gathering together. Probably not doing. They might, but not for the most part, right? Haven't seen that one. Oh, you haven't seen that one, Jethro? Yeah, no, I saw that a while ago. It's just like a fist, like one of those power fists. It's held up. Like it's like an illustrated fist, and it says "Introverts unite separately in your own homes." So, but it's like one of those rally cries, for introverts. I thought it was funny. I think it might have even been on like an INFJ meme, like one of those ones on Facebook. You get those memes on those typical pages, those different pages you got. It might have been something like that. All right, people are coming back in here. Yeah. Well, I hope I don't scare too many people away here. So anyway, if anybody's out there who's just joining the channel, or if you've come back, maybe you say, "Oh, Tom's on a tirade. I'm going to take off for a little bit. I'm going to go make a sandwich. I'll come back when he stops talking." Yeah, I've heard this one. Oh gosh, I've heard this one, Tom. I've heard this one last week. I'm going to take off for a bit. I got to use the jaw, and then I'll be back. That's okay. I can understand that. But anyway, it's good to see Jethro's out there. Yeah. So, oh, by the way, Jethro, how's your kid with the broken foot? You said she broke her foot. You were talking about that, and hopefully she's doing well. One thing I like to do is talk a lot to extroverts and have them tell me I burned them out. Oh, you talk a lot to extroverts, and they say that you burn them out. Really? Yeah, yeah. That's something else. Yeah, usually extroverts can't be burned out, especially not with too much with people. They're supposed to gather their energy. I think the thing is that they like to gather energy as long as people are kind of supporting their cause in a way. When people are in agreement with them, there everybody's like charged up. But when anytime you offer any kind of truth, or any kind of like opposition or truth, or make them see themselves, and all of a sudden it becomes not as pleasant to be with somebody telling you the truth. Yeah, extroverts burn me out. Oh yeah, George, I can imagine. Yeah, I mean, they can. I mean, well, obviously that's of course they do. I mean, getting burned out. Yeah, I mean, the fact is that they seem like you know yeah, you ever get to the point like I remember I still do this. I still do this all the time. Like I said, I have a job where I tend to work alone. And I used to do tire work years ago. I don't do it anymore. I do a different job. But when I was doing tire work, I'd be out in the field doing tire work. So usually I would just be like doing my own thing. And typically I would always see a driver or somebody start walking toward me. All right. Somebody like just like another driver for the same company, maybe. And and they come walking over and I'd be saying in my head, don't come over here. Please don't. Just no, don't come over here. I don't want to talk. I got work to do. And I'm like, I'm screaming in my head, don't come over here. Leave me alone. Just I'm not saying it. I'm not even giving dirty looks. I'm just thinking to myself, don't come over here. And then they walk up. Now, I was okay if they asked a job related question. If they asked a real question about the tire work, about what I was doing as far as the business, I was okay with that. I would answer that question to the best of my ability, and I'd say, "Yeah," and I'd explain the situation. But if they came over just to shoot the breeze, as you might say, I never liked that. "Boy, I wouldn't wanna do your job." I used to get that all the time because I had such a hard job. Tire work was a it was a difficult, strenuous job, and it didn't look fun. And all through the course of that job, people would come up to me, other drivers would come up and say, "I wouldn't wanna do your job," like they were better than you. Like somehow they had a one up on you, like you were doing this miserable, backbreaking, crappy job, and all they did was driving their truck. And I had so many it happened all the time, you know? And one of that used to gall me. It used to, like, tick me off. It used to. I used to laugh it off or so then I started saying, "Yeah, from the looks of you, you couldn't handle my job anyway." I started getting smart to it. And sometimes when they started saying that, I'd say, "Yeah, well, I don't think you could hack this job." I'd give them a look like, you don't have the stones for this job." That changed it right away. Then they get all defensive and uh like all of a sudden they didn't know what to say, you know? I mean, it got to that point. I mean, I didn't know what else to do. What else can you do with that? I kind of threw it back at them, like, just say, from the looks of you, you couldn't do what I do. Basically, you can't handle this. So I had this one guy kind of stand up to me, like he almost like got in my face and like, yeah, well, you know what? Well, he was getting aggressive, and I just stood there and I said, I just gave him like nothing, like, really, you're gonna take a swing at me? What are you gonna do? No, yeah, well, I used to do it. He just said something. I can't even remember, but I didn't back down from him. I just gave him a look like, really, like, because I said that, and so it basically ticked him off a little bit. He thought I was all tough guy. And I don't know. I can't remember exact. I just know I kind of disregarded him, like, yeah, right. Like you're not scaring me at all. What are you gonna do? And but I was just kind of quiet about it. But I guess what was my point? Oh, my point was is that people burn you out. Okay, is the fact that I used to actually be happy when people didn't come up to me and try to talk nonsense. At least the small talk. If they were talking small talk, I was more like I'd almost ignore them and just keep working. Like I couldn't stop and talk. And they try to do that because I knew they were going to burn me out. I knew they were just going to waste my time. So I get what that is. I get what that is. I mean, when I'm in work mode doing my job, it's like just let me work. I got things to do. Hidden Harp, how you doing, Tom? I think most of us here relate to that. Yeah, do you? Oh yeah, you told me some stories, Harp. Many stories about your work stuff and dealing with people at work. And in fact, yeah, you got a few stories about that right there. You know. So me, Hidden Harp has been all week. Me to have been all week. Okay. Oh, round round. It seems strange because of my silence, but they judge me. Wait, I want to see what you're writing there, round round. Okay. It seems strange because of my silence, but they judge me as an unsociable and cold. Then I wondered how they would react to my contrast between the persona they saw and my true self in my energy gram. Okay. Now, when you're talking about they, you mean like just extrovert type people that like you found draining, like we were talking about? Um, just other people or people we're working with? If that must be what you're talking about, right? Uh, oh, I'd like to talk. Okay, Ron, I'm just reading some of your comments. I wasn't sure if you were still around here. I'd like to tell you about an experience I had a few months ago. I took a risk and went on a week-long trip with a group of strangers. When I boarded the bus, I suddenly felt drained of energy. Fe. Why would you take a trip with a bunch of strangers? That sounds sketchy right there. I hope you knew them well enough, at least well enough to trust them on going on a trip with them. Uh, and hopefully, I mean, you weren't too close with them. You weren't like sharing too many meals together and stuff. I hope, you know what I mean? but you felt drained. But bottom line is you felt like you, just as you got on the bus, you already felt drained already, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's part of the risk you gotta take. I mean, especially. I mean, knowing our typo. I mean, where were you I mean, when you say, like, I can only imagine going on a trip with a bunch of strangers must have meant on the idea, like, were you all just going on the same departure as far as one of those group tour things? You know, sometimes they offer those tours where you're all have one destination, you're gonna go to a certain place. You mean like that? But, you all kinda met there, like, you all had that one thing in common, and you were just kinda alone with them on a group of yeah, maybe that yeah, I know you can't fill in every detail in a small text, but sometimes they offer those charters that do just that, it's a trip to go to this place, and everybody's going, and then they kind of all meet there, and then they kinda start talking as strangers because you have that one thing in common. Now you feel like you're part of the group, and then you find out you don't know these people, you don't know anything about them. They start draining you because they're unpredictable. Because a lot of because mainly it's a lot of had to do with the preparation too. When you're unfamiliar with a group of people and your FE is actually kind of, let's say, startled in a way, not startled, but just ill-equipped. I mean, typically we're judges too. I mean, we like to plan things out. We like to know certain things about people that we're with. You got to know a little bit about somebody's characters and about their way about them in order to deal with them and know what to expect from them. When you are thrust into a bunch of strangers suddenly like that, all of a sudden you go into it blind. You are absorbing energies from people you have no contact with. You don't even have a little bit of background with. Like I said, at least some familiar people you understand. And that's going to drain you right there because you're ill-equipped. You didn't plan for everybody's uh, you know, feelings around you, whatever it was you were picking up. Okay. That will play into it. But typically, when you're with your family, even if your family is draining and you have people that are narcissists and toxic, but you still know how to deal with them because you're familiar with people. And if you go and have a family get together, at least you know the background of people. You've dealt with them before. But a group of people you never seen, you're going to get that. Okay. So that's one of the risks you got to deal with, I think. Right. Well, I hope that. So I don't know. That's my little input there. Round. Uh, are you new to the channel, by the way? Is this your first time here? Just curious. Um, okay. Tom, I think most of us here relate to that. Okay, that I've already read that. Yeah, that's what I would have to say about that is that we are just yeah, we got to prepare for the people we're with. All right. So, all right. Okay. Hey, there we go. Oh, my camera's following me again. I got one of these little cameras. If I raise my hand up, I can stop the thing. Or sometimes I get it to this mode where it'll follow me around, and it's in the follow mode right now. It's the coolest little camera I would ever seen. It's cool. You know, it's actually well worth what I got it for, especially for this for what I'm doing right now. You know what I mean? Perfect little webcam, I guess you could call it. Well, people, I'll tell you what, this is everybody having a good time? Anybody have any suggestions? Anybody want to talk about anything? Throw me down another rabbit hole? Anything like that? Um, if not, we'll talk about something for a little while longer. I wasn't going to do quite as much of a I wasn't anticipating on doing like a very long marathon uh chat today. I was going to do a little bit of a shorter one today. I wasn't sure how long I'd go. I've been here just over 2 hours. I know that's a short amount of time considering how many hours I've spent on some of these chats in the past. I've had a couple chats go over 8 hours a couple of times. And sometimes I like going I feel like I like the whole thing of doing them, but after I get off it and I go to stand up, I'm like, my butt's numb. I'm like, gosh, I think I should have at least got up and walked around a little bit at some point. I feel like I did it a little too long, you know what I mean? But that's okay. But some of those longer ones that I do, I mean, they go a bit, but so much gets discussed though. And I think what keeps me going is the fact that I'm with a lot of you people, and the fact I think that that I'm making a difference out there. Bottom line is that I know something valuable is going on with some of you people out there. I'd hope to think that I'm making somewhat of an impact at some point. That's all. So, all right. Oh, we're up to 9 again. So, hopefully, hopefully everybody's doing well though outside of this as far as that goes. George, what do you got? Round. Sounds like you may have some social anxiety. I ended my social anxiety by stopping caring what people think about me and what I say. Yes. Yeah, George, it sounds like you got a good hold on your shadow. Like you kind of just got that whole integration thing going. Like you kind of integrated just right. That's what it sounds like. I mean, I can tell by your other comment you had said earlier about, and I kind of picked up on that too, the way you said the way you handle things. It sounded very wise. And I could see what you're saying. You basically don't care what people say. So that's basically your way of saying that you don't need their approval. You don't need their you know, you don't need, that they don't affect you in any way. You don't have to seek their validation in any way, which is good. But it sounds like you've got a good handle on whatever you got. You but that's why I said you it sounds like you're an older guy who's got you're definitely a wiser, you're coming into your own. But yeah, you're right. But being social anxiety, yeah, that could be a part of that too. That definitely could have definitely a part of it. But like I said before too, what I had said about, not preparing for certain things when you're with people too. But I think when you're in a situation like that, you almost have to put up a I don't give a bleep kind of a attitude where they're not going to affect you. You got to stay separate from some of these people too. You got to keep a kind of a wall around you figuratively. Like you don't get too involved in their turmoil or their grief in their um typically, I mean, I think a lot of times we do that instinctively anyway. How many times are you people quiet in a crowd? I mean, like with me, I go to work, and if it's a few minutes before I have to punch in, um, depends on what the conversation, but usually the guys are talking about stuff. They're just talking about anything. They're talking about the hockey game from the night before, or they're talking about anything. You know what I'm saying? Just random stuff. And typically, I'll sit back and I'll hear it, I'll listen, but I don't get too involved in it. It's like I kind of stay out of it. I think it's in a way, it's a self-preservation. I think sometimes we have to put up a little bit of a distance between people, even with if we're in the same room with them, if we're in the same vicinity of them, and if they're putting out those vibes, those energies, I think it's up to us to kind of just detach a little bit, like George was saying. I mean, just he's by stopping caring what people think. That's I mean, I could say it in such a way to say that, yeah, you almost have to just detach in a way. They might start talking about things. Yeah, you definitely can't. You have to get an attitude where you're not trying to seek their validation. Yeah, and you're just trying to kind of preserve yourself. It's a part of that. It's almost like your survival in a sense, because if you have that sensitivity and your empathy, and you're always going to have that, but your only way of just defeating that, or coming up to being stronger than that, is being detached a little bit from people like that. All right. And again, that takes a lot of practice. It takes a lot of self-reflection within you. And it just takes you understanding yourself to get to that level within yourself. So you're not drained all the time, because it's all about preserving yourself. I mean, hey, I had one guy that I work with not too long ago, it was about a year or two ago, and he was the type where he always had something, like, he'd start his job, and there was always a crisis going on, like, like something didn't get done right. There was always a crisis, but he had to let the whole office know. You could be sitting there trying to mind your business, doing your paperwork, and he would always get, like, loud and, "I can't believe it. They effing didn't fill up my truck. Somebody took my truck and left the tank empty. What the F?" And you'd be getting loud. But my point was, and I'd be trying to mind my business, but part of me wanted to say, "Hey, shut up." Like most guys, I say, "Will you shut the bleep up?" Like the old standard, and that usually fuels a fire. I don't wanna be that guy. I don't wanna be the guy to just tell somebody to shut up, But instead, I kinda just I try to make sure I'm mentally just separating myself. At that moment, I practice. I said, "I gotta practice this," where I know this is somebody trying to instigate a reaction. This is kind of a vampire in a way. This is a vampire maneuver just to irritate people around them, just to randomly get agitated, hoping that they spark a reaction like the "Hey, shut up" kind of thing. And then don't tell me to effing shut up. You know what I mean? And then it would just go back and forth. And then it turns into a fight. And that's what they're looking for. They're looking for that negative toxic thing. That's that negative, that's that toxicity in people they're looking for. The best thing you can do is stay quiet and either remove yourself or just distance yourself. Ignore them. Sometimes silence is your greatest weapon you have. It really is. It's just that whole of ignoring and silence and unresponsiveness. And actually that gets people now these types will either just throw their hands up and say, "What's the use?" or they'll get louder. They might try getting louder before anything. But at one point they'll just give up. You know what I mean? You know the type. But these are good moments in that moment for you to practice yourself, to take these moments as you see them and don't dread them. Use these moments to say, "Okay, this is how I'm going to practice separating myself from these negative people. They don't drain me. I got to put up this mental barrier between me and them. I'm in proximity of these people. I'm in this proximity and I can't get out of it. I'm with these people on a bus ride for whatever hours, but I'm going to use this time to practice to preserve myself. So make that a positive for yourself. You see what I mean? Make that a way of using your empathy, your calmness, and also hopefully your calmness, your stillness within you. And as you find your stillness and your grace and you don't react, you don't respond. When these people see this, you start reflecting out, you start being the influence. Your calm, your still presence will start to engulf them in a subtle little way. And they'll start to quiet down a little bit. You might notice that these people settle down and simmer down a little bit and they start getting quiet. And then because they realize it's useless. They're not going to get the reaction they're looking out from you. And you'll see that they'll start reacting to the way you are instead of vice versa. Because these are practicing moments as well. Okay. Um, well, anyway, that's what I noticed I started doing. Okay. So this is little ways that we can start improving ourselves as who we are. Okay. And start to yeah, just become wiser within ourselves as well. Okay, so let's see, what do we got here? Sounds like you may, okay. I used to try controlling what people thought about me by trying to say the perfect things. That drained my energy. Now I don't care what people think about what I do or say, and things is natural and easy. Okay, by saying the perfect things. Yeah, I know what you mean. You keep thinking if you just say the right thing. I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah, I get that. And sometimes, like you said, it's what's the use? You might try to just simmer somebody down calmly and everything, and that doesn't always. But then they got a reaction out of you. They got you talking about them, didn't they? They got you putting the focus on them, even if it was calm and saying good things. You still got the focus on them, and they got what they wanted because that's what they want. These people want the focus on them. They want to know that you caused they they changed your peace. They changed you to focus on them, whether it was whether it was angry or whether it was peaceful, whether it was just these nice words. They still got the focus on them. That's all they needed. But when you don't give them that focus, when you ignore them and don't give them that and stay stoic, stay silent, and stay unreactive. That's the best thing you can do. Okay, it really is. Okay. And depending on what they are, they might try hard. Like I said, they might try harder for a little bit, but it's up to you just just to hold your ground, really. Hey, Tom Blaiskin. Hello there, Blaiskin. How are you? Good to see you out there, son. There. Oh, Blaiskin. I said son. I didn't mean that. Hey, how was fishing with your dad today, huh? You do believe you said yesterday you were going fishing with the old man, huh? Hey, did you catch any fish or what, huh? And tell me a little bit about your fishing trip. Did you and dad have a good bonding dad son moment? I hope you did. Okay. I'm gonna tell you something, Blaiskin, though. Always it may seem it may just seem routine for you right at this age. You're spending time with dad and spending time with your mom. But you know what? You're gonna reflect back years from now when you don't have when you don't have them anymore. Now, I don't want to seem bleak. I mean, years from now, you're going to cherish these moments. If you had good moments with your family, maybe your brothers or sisters, your mother and your father, you have to take these as cherishable moments because you never get them back. And someday you're going to have memories of that. You're going to wish that you could have at least had just a glimmer of that. You know, so don't never take those for granted. All right. Oh, didn't go fishing, unfortunately. Okay, all right. That things change. That's all right, man. I mean, I'm just going by what you said. You didn't go fishing. That's all right. All right. I would imagine you did something else. So, so Harp, I think people are lucky I'm not an INTJ or an ENTJ because I'd say everything I think all the time and get in so much trouble. Oh yeah, yeah. So, I would imagine an ENTJ, I believe they like to say a lot. Yeah, there's certain character personalities that tend to speak their mind, right? More deep. Yeah. I used to be that a little bit more. I just noticed, I learned over the course of years that silence is like the best thing to do to remain quiet and remain calm. And, you have to speak at some point when you absolutely have to, but usually, you know, you just say what you need to. Hidden. That's something I've been working on lately. I used to sugarcoat everything, but now I try to just say it how it is. Okay. Yeah. Hey, that's another thing too. I mean, if you do have to say something and speak up, I notice the older you get, the the less sugar gets on that coating. Pretty soon there's no more sugar left to give on that coating. You know what I mean? No, that's good. No, but that's basically how I seem to think about you know, how I deal with people and preserve my energy as well, you know? So so okay, we're back up to 12 watching again. That's good. All right, awesome. Uh, so yeah, but that's good that we're all at least we're all I think we're all in our own way. We're all doing the same thing. We all pretty much do the same thing. I think in the course, during the course of our life, that's what we do. We try to figure out the best way to deal with the hand we were dealt, the society we were kind of thrown into, right? I mean, just like on that song by The Doors by Jim Morrison, the Riders in the Storm, when he said like an um oh, into this world we're born, into this world we're thrown. I always, like a dog without a bone, an actor out on loan. Basically, like when he said that one line, like into this world we're thrown. You know, we were just born into this world, like thrown into it, like just kind of tossed here. Like it just sounded like it was perfect for that lyric because it was so like disregarding. Like your life is just you were kind of thrown into a pit, thrown into a world you were born into, you know? I always used to hear that and think, man, it's such a short verse, but it was powerful. Into this world we're thrown, I don't know. I always listened to that and just thought how, yeah, cold it was. Like you would just, yeah, kind of like when like when you're trimming meat, you're trimming meat off of something and just throw it in a bucket. You throw it in there. It's like you're born, you're just thrown into that bucket, thrown into the world, just to kind of, you're thrown into that rat race. Yeah, like that kind of thing. And it was almost like a survival thing with him. I mean, he had a way of having lyrics. I know the Doors. He had a unique way of poetry and wording things. I mean, I didn't like everything he did, but that one in particular, just that one line there from the Doors. He was somewhat deep. Lish, hello there. Peace and blessings, y'all. Heart, hope y'all are well. Oh, that's right. Lish, you are from the heart of Texas. Shouldn't that heart be like a yellow heart, symbolizing the yellow rose of Texas? I do believe that is the state flower, is the yellow rose. So I would think, well, that's okay. It's a red heart. I get that. Do they have any yellow roses out there? Is that truly the state flower? The yellow rose, eh? It is actually, isn't it? Yeah. The Lone Star State. Hey, there you go. The Lone Star. Yeah. Love that. True, LOL. That's right. I knew that. I did know that. Oh, the Yellow Rose of Texas. I do believe there's a song called that as well. So, well, it's good to see you right back. It's good to see you into the chat here, Lish, and good to see how everything's going with you. If you have any questions or concern, you can talk to yeah, you can let it all out, as your old saying goes. Um, yeah, so we're just talking basically about just it kind of steered into just basically how to dealing with people, how to preserving our just preserving our energy, you know, and just talking about how do you stay in a group of people when you have to be there, and these people are draining you, and people are somehow around us. Just you feel your energy being pulled, and when you're aware of that, what do you do? What can you do? Um, Sometimes, I mean, if you can't walk away, and sometimes, like I said, if you're on a bus trip and you get a lot of people just draining, and some people, sometimes I swear, people know what they're doing. I think a lot of times, I'm going to say that people are so addicted to drama, so addicted to attention to themselves, and they might be very extroverted. They actually, being that extroverted people gather their energy, in a sense, being just an extrovert in itself. When you say about it, extrovert, the whole idea is that they gather strength from people. They seem to get a life from people, and it seems like they crave people. I mean, to have interaction with them. They like to talk whatever it is about them. They get a charge from people. They're extroverted. This is just the way they're built. But then you have introverted people that actually are lose energy, actually are drained from them. So in a sense, it's almost like a natural, you know, uh, I don't know what word to call it. I mean, but what I'm getting at is that a lot of times I think we're put into these situations where we have no choice but to, in a sense, preserve our energy, preserve ourselves, our batteries, in a sense. And all we can do in that way is just try to, like I said, almost put up a mental shield. I'm actually I try to practice a lot of times and just preserving myself by not reacting, by listening to it, by not being absorbed, not having it pulled out of me, by almost like making sure that like there is a sense of empathy there, you're feeling it, but knowing you're detecting it, but not losing your emotions, not being drained from it. This is one of those things I try to practice regular. Now that I'm understanding myself, I just try to, when I'm in these situations, I use these opportunities to learn, to actually see, okay, like what is the best way of detaching myself? I mean, still remain in the room. You might be quiet, but you're detached. You're not being drained by these people. Okay. Yes, don't absorb it is the theme here. That's pretty much what we were talking about before. Yes. Use reflection energy is what I do. Reflection energy. Okay. You get to, I would imagine reflection energy. Um, is it anything like what I'm talking about? Because there is ways of doing that. I'm actually learning that as I go along, because you almost change the tempo of the room in a sense. I mean, bottom line is eventually what happens is you end up calming them down. You will, in effect, instead of reacting to them and adding fuel to the fire, you calm them down. And that's the reflective energy, I think, what you're saying. And this is something I'm starting to learn. I'm starting to fine tune that. And I take these opportunities to fine tune it. But bottom line is, people, that's one of the best things you can do too. Instead of dreading where you are, take these opportunities and say, okay, this is how I'm gonna learn about this. I'm gonna I'm gonna understand myself better by doing this. I'm not gonna allow myself to be drained. I'm gonna change the situation. I'm gonna I'm gonna I'm gonna turn the polarity off to them. And they're the ones that calm down. Yeah, serious. Use these opportunities not to dread, but to learn, but to actually, understand that you're going to develop yourself, is what I'm saying. Blaiskin. So, Tom, the other day I went outside and I saw a perfect photo opportunity. It was a dandelion surrounded by a lot of artificial rocks. Okay, doesn't it seem like that is a representation of society too? Uh, okay, so I'm trying to understand dandelion, which is a weed with a flower surrounded by a bunch of artificial rocks. I'm trying to figure out where were you? What would you see artificial rocks for? What would that be? Like I mean, what, like a miniature golf place where they're setting it up to look like something? Maybe, like you're looking at a lawn with artificial rocks. Yeah, I can only imagine it's something like a what little play, well, not a play. I like I said, miniature golf or where would they have artificial rocks? Okay, but is that a representation of society too? I'm going to say, Blaze can. It's definitely what you interpreted it as because you're bringing it up, and this is what you have seen it as. So these rocks representing what artificial people, or is it the dandelions, the weeds? And somehow you so your mind does that as well. I've done that all my life where I've used nature to try to demonstrate our nature, our human nature, that is, our surroundings. So you do that too. Yeah, I can see that. Conscious action to reflect, not just natural conscious reflections. Conscious action to reflect, not just natural unconscious reflections. Yeah, in other words, you got to be conscious of what you're doing. Like I said, you got to be aware of what you're doing. You got to consciously put the effort into this reflection back, and yeah, using it as practice, using it as a way of deflecting the energy where you're not being drained. Yeah, I get that. I think that's basically what I'm talking about. Sounds to me, Jethro, like you're doing the same thing. Now, you told me before you studied a lot. You focused a lot on your introverted intuition. You kind of blocked out a lot of your FE. You told me this. We talked, and you told me your FE. Felt like you used that as a way of like you you focus more on the introverted intuition. And I had told you that I became a little bit less. I became more logical. I became more TI, where my TI became, I tried to make it more dominant. Yeah, I definitely had my intuition, but I made sure I tried to supersede that TI, that feeling, that emotion side with my logic and become that more thinker type. And because I knew I had both. I knew I could be logical and emotional. I saw the polarity of that within me, but I gravitated to the the yeah, the TI. Okay. But I think that's something what you're talking about right there. Vamp Fox is in the house. Evening, INFJ. A good evening, Vamp, or should we say, um, Edith? I, c- I, I, g- I know that's your name, Edith. You told me that before. I still know you as Vamp. I was called you Vamp for so long, I can't stop doing that. Okay, all right. But it's good to see you in the house. Good to see you in here. Yeah, no, that's so we're talking about that. That's an interesting analogy there, Blaiskin. Blaiskin's got a deep and imaginative mind. Now, you said, okay, so is that what I think is the representation of the rocks? Hey, does anybody see that? I don't know. I guess I could see that. That's definitely the way. So he's been thinking that is a whole microcosm of what society is. You have these fake rocks and dandelions growing around the rocks, and that's a depiction of what he's thinking of society. Yeah, and that one little scene there, and wherever he saw that from. Yeah, it's funny how the mind works. That's definitely one of those. I could see that. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Um, Yeah, I guess you'll have to come up with a poem about that. One of those kinda, you know, Adolphus, Huxley type poems about the dandelion and the fake rock. There once was a fake rock and a dandelion. I can't go any further. I just got the first verse going. Hey, and then I can give you my narrator voice and just kinda read it. I can do that. Wow, that's amazing. I love that amazing blaze. Yeah, it's kind of deep. The kid's deep, isn't he? Huh? He comes up with some deep concepts, even for like a 17-year-old kid. I would imagine. Yeah, that's. I get that. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Thanks, everyone. Oh, that's all. Um, well, you got a lot. Yeah, he's definitely got. He's got a lot of questions. Asks a lot of questions. He likes a lot of different advice and things like that. And but he's got his own observations going. All right. Um, but anyway, yeah, we are actually at how long again? When do we start? 2.5 hours. There you go. That's actually a short time so far. I tell you what, people, how about I go 3 hours today? I don't want to go a marathon. I'm going to go another half hour. I'm just giving you a time that will wind it down. That'll give us another half hour. That'll give us till about 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, right? But if anybody didn't catch the first half of this fine broadcast, it will be available for rebroadcast at some point in the future. Actually, it doesn't take very long. It processes and then you can see it again. I noticed so many people. I don't know if it's all you or if it's other people, but I know that the rebroadcasts do get some watch time as well. So that's always a good thing. Um, but yeah, as far as I think, but we steered into a good topic though. As far as just preserving our ourselves, amongst other people, amongst people that are draining. Okay, and how to cope with that, because this is very important, especially being INFJs, being introverts. This is very important. I think this is imperative to understand this kind of thing, and this is a good topic to understand because so many times in a life, yeah, that we wish we knew this kind of thing. All right, but again, it's the best thing is to basically remain stoic, remain quiet, and put up that shield, put up that barrier. Like Jethro had said, it's like it's a consciousness. It's that we have to take. Yeah, actually, just now dropped by. Hello there, Ray. We have Frog Pond School, our lit, our LA, our lit Frog Pond School. Okay. I don't know if I ever quite. I always just say Frog Pond, but that is Ray. How are you doing today, sir? It's good to see you coming on into the chat. We figure we do another. It turns into about a 3 hour broadcast today. I think I'd name the dandelion tendency. Good evening, everybody. Hello there, Lodi. Hello there. Yes, Lodi, 6462. I believe, yes, we've seen Lodi in here before. Good to see her in there. So there you go. So the dandelion would be called tendency. I would have called it something different, but we'll go with that. Okay. um, yeah, but yeah, but there is But as far as just, but that takes a lot of practice, just dealing with people, understanding people. Again, it's almost like I think it all goes back to like the natural world as well, the animal world. Is that it takes us a lot of time. Animals obviously have to be on guard as well. You got prey and you got predators in the natural world, okay? And prey animals prey on the predators prey on the prey animals. Obviously, they're hunting them down, but they're hunting them for meat. They're going to devour them, literally. In the human world, though, typically, in almost every situation, yeah, there is some exceptions, but mostly we are predatory. There is predators and there are prey in the human element. And typically we have certain people in our world that prey on us emotionally, psychologically, whatever it might you might say. And some people are good at that. They know how to, but typically how they prey on you is how they make you react. It's how they can play with your emotions, play with your mind, play with your intellect, gaslight you, make you believe things you didn't do. The whole thing. These are these emotional vampires. Now they get energy. They get psychological energy when they can upset you. Okay, just like that predator that eats that rabbit, that hawk that eats the rabbit. They're not literally eating you, but they're preying on you psychologically by upsetting you, by getting you rattled. You ever see people when you, let's say, you must have seen it in school. You tease somebody so long, and then they get mad, they get angry, and you laugh at them, and then a whole bunch of people laugh when you got upset or you made them cry. Yeah, it starts in the schoolroom, starts in the school, the schoolyard. You get kids bully other kids. You see them upset the other kids. They make that kid cry. They make the kid get angry. They make the kid pout. And that's where they just start laughing and they start patting each other in the back because they got them. Yeah. Well, people grow up and do that. Adults do this in a more sophisticated way. But as INFJs, typically we are targeted because of the fact we are empaths, because we have that empathy. Sometimes these people, these narcissist people, they detect that. They sense these people. And if we are, like I've said before, typically when we're naive to this, we're easy targets, okay? Because we're absorbing energy. We're absorbing things. I mean, we can pick things up and just we give it up easy if we're vulnerable. All they got to do is just be around us with their negative emotion. If they're picking up on that, we're changed because of that. They've already ruined our day. So that's why we're easy targets. But also we have the ability to be completely opposite that. Use that ability, those targets. I mean, typically as we get older, and as you refine yourself, and as we're talking about right today, just being aware of this and using your own internal fortitude not to let that happen by being smart enough not to react to these people, by having a grasp on your empathy where you don't lose it. Okay, now you change the polarity. You literally can change them for being the aggressors to being humble, almost like being like having no other choice but to remain quiet and absorb the energy that you're throwing off. Your quiet stillness will excuse me, your quiet stillness will revert back to them. That's what I tried to say. I'm sorry I stuttered. I had to slow down a little bit, people. Okay. So that's basically what it is. Now, people, like I said, it's all up to us finding ways of taking these opportunities instead of dreading being around these people. As long as you're in a safe situation where they're not getting violent or destructive, as long as you can hold your ground, yeah, it's a good opportunity just to learn and wisen up and see what your fortitude is. See, kind of learn from it. Yeah, and you'd be surprised on when you start changing those polarities on how much more you're capable of doing. Okay, as in determined, Lottie. Yeah, I think. Okay. Oh, you're talking about the as in determined, talking about the tenacity. as far as the dandelion. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out what exactly that example, what that meant. Was the dandelion like, being that that's a weed, it's not a flower, it's not like a rose or a tulip or whatever, you know? A dandelion's a weed, even though it has a flower on it. But the fake rocks, now fake rocks, what exactly do they represent? I didn't know if that represented a certain thing and inside of the Blaziken mine there. Blaziken, you're gonna have to elaborate a little bit on your observation there. Explain that. As NFJs observed, okay, we get the wisdom of George out here. Read this here. As INFJs observed with justice like I am, question mark. Are INFJs obsessed with justice like I am? Oh, obsessed with justice. I used to want justice served to bad people like Batman did. But I got angry when no justice was served. I recently stopped seeking justice and I am at peace. Ah, hmm, that's interesting. That's interesting. Um, I don't know if I was ever obsessed with seeing justice served. I mean, it didn't keep me up at night, nothing like that. Like Batman, yeah, but Batman was he was a tortured soul in his own right, Batman. The whole story of Batman, he had yeah, his parents were murdered in front of him, and he figured he was responsible in his mind that that happened. It was his fault. They had to go down that dark alley in the first place when they left the theater because he didn't want to be there. If you remember the movie, so he blamed himself for his own parents. So he took all that blame, all that anger. It was all that repressed. Talk about a repressed shadow. He took all that and he knew he was at fault, but he used that as a kind of a forder to make him ultra, like almost obsessively against the bad guys, the types that killed his parents. But it was almost a sickness for him. He was obsessed with it in a sense. He was kind of disturbed in a way. Okay, but that goes beyond it. But was I ever? I was never obsessed. But I mean, of course, I like to see people get justice due to them, especially if they do bad things. Of course, I think. But I always told myself though, if I was ever in a situation where I was witnessing something, if it was something was ever happening in front of me, within the sight of my eyes, within the ears, within the sound of my ears, if I ever heard something in my vicinity happen like that, where somebody was being, uh, taken advantage of, robbed, beaten up in front of me, near me, I would take it upon myself to do the justice, if that means anything. I'm getting so there were a couple of times I stood up. I literally stood up for random people, and even when I was younger, I pulled over on the side of roads. I saw some guy beating up his like kicking his girlfriend. It was way back when I was a kid in Len. I was driving by my car, and I just randomly saw this guy, and he was kicking his a girl. I didn't know who she was, like in this, and I stopped. I got out of my car. And I was like furious. I got the eyes. I said, I'm about 19 years old. And I said, hey, how about you want to kick me? And I was like, come on, guy. You want to kick me? And he was all backing down. And she's like, leave him alone, leave him alone. And then, of course, she's sticking up for the guy. Like, no, the girls always stick up for the guy that's kicking them. But I was in a fury. I was like, I did. Now, and he's looking around on the ground for something to grab, like he could grab like swing at me like a branch. I saw him looking on the ground, looking for a stick, a branch, anything he could just grab so he could swing it at me. And of course, then he said, I can't remember, but because she said to him, she was so adamant, leave him alone, just, it's okay. It's okay. I said, okay, whatever. I mean, he stopped doing what he was doing. I got in my car, I drove away, you know. It was a long time ago, but I was always like that. Now, this was very random. Like, so that does happen, but I don't know if you say that's obsessive, but I've always had that way. And there was a couple other times I seen people getting I stopped and I helped random people like that. I kept thinking, After I did it, I thought, Tom, you're going to get in trouble someday, or you're going to get hurt. You're going to end up hurting yourself. Somebody's going to hurt you when you do this, you know? But I don't know. I must have rationalized it. I couldn't help myself. That's just the way I was. But if that means anything, George, I can only say that, I mean, I had to kind of pull back on my own way and just kind of, I don't go out of my way too much. I still can't help myself. If I see something happen, I still kind of like, I start thinking. I don't react quite as quick as that, like as compulsive. I think it over a little more, and I try to troubleshoot what I'm going to do, but I try to, I try to avoid that nowadays. Um, that's one of my stories. Like I said, a couple more times that's happened in my life, but that one in particular came out where that happened. But I don't know. So I've always been the type though, like I said, I'll rise to the occasion if it's right near me. If I see it, yeah, I can't help myself. Yeah, Tom, the rocks represent society. They were put there by humans. And the same way most people act performative, the rocks were in the way, not authentic. Okay, so I figured something about the artificial rocks meant something about um I was trying to figure out exactly what you were getting at, but I couldn't figure out when you represented the dandelion, like were you looking at it as the weed flower, not just a flower? Because a dandelion, yeah, it's a bloom, but it's a weed. It's still like something you pull out of your garden. You don't want it in there. It's kind of like get it out of your lawn. So I didn't know if that was if you knew the distinction there, you know. But I can see that. So it's almost like you're kind of painting a picture. You're seeing that, and your mind's kind of going with the whole scenario right there. Um, yeah, I kind of do that. You said you're an INFP, so it sounds like you have that really good way of translating what you see into like good imagination, But you're doing it in a representative way. Hidden harp. I'm disappointed. Okay, why are you disappointed, Ray? What happened? Okay, I heard. Okay, Ray. I heard Ti earlier, and I decided to become more like a sooner than later. Okay. Blaze, I like the thought of dandelions as as it's not just weed. To me, they have many uses. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you could actually eat dandelions. I guess you can actually, I guess they are edible. I heard some people put them in their salads. If you wash them really good, if they don't have little bugs on them, if you get good ones that aren't, things crawling on them, you can actually clean them up and make, I guess, dandelion greens. Like I guess even the leaves, you can eat them. Yeah, as long as they're healthy leaves, clean them up. I've heard of that happening where you could make them as that. But typically they're a weed, and people are always, they don't make like a really good flower garden. They're all. I suppose they could, but not really though. So, okay, I'm not obsessed with justice. Well, I gave you my answer. I don't know if it's an obsession, but I almost feel like a compulsion. Like I can't help myself. If it's happening in front of me, I have to step in. But Blazekin, yeah, okay, we got that. Okay, Blaze, can you have tea? Can you have tea? Oh, tea. uh, I wanted spaghetti red, no spaghetti, just chili tonight. That's what's disappointing you because you wanted spaghetti, but you got chili. Oh, that's right. You're a happily married man. Well, at least you're married. I don't know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I'm just joking with you, sir. So you're mad because you were disappointed you didn't get spaghetti. Well, that's quite a dilemma you got there, Ray. I don't know what to tell you there, man. You know, hey, if you're getting chili instead of, what's wrong with that? Just load it up with a little hot pepper sauce. Put some hot pepper sauce. Get some nice, Scoville units going on in that stuff, right? George Vamp, cool. Okay, I just wondered if me seeing justice for people was because of our judging function. Maybe not. Uh, uh, I think if I would think part of seeing justice is our moral code, George. We have a strong moral conviction as well. We like peace and harmony in the world. Typically, we like to see that things are in order or in check, and people that are bad people, let's just say, are the opposite of that. They are against harmony. They're taking harmony, right? Think about that. So you want justice on these people. You want these people out of there because they're taking that away from you. I think it has a lot to do with that. That's part of, I would think that's a little bit of the FE, which wants harmony in the world. Um, I would think. So, yes, you're a hot pepper. You're a hot pepper. I'm a hot pepper. You're a feisty one, aren't you? You're feisty, aren't you? Big time. Yeah. Uh, yeah, I guess so, huh? A red hot chili pepper, that is, huh? Yeah, I said pepper. Yeah, just like I'm from Boston, right? Yeah, I know. I can't help myself, right? Oh, that's funny. That's funny stuff right there, you know. But yeah, I just well anyway. Hey, we had 14 watching just a second ago. That's good. So, well, I'll tell you. Well, people, like I said before, for anybody who's new to the channel, I've been invited into the partners program. I think I brought that up before. I've also just today I've had to fill out some information, like some tax information and some just like of identification to, like YouTube, to the AdSense, so that eventually that they can pay me if any of these videos finally get, anything like that. But I do want to thank each and every one of you for supporting the channel, for helping this channel become something. I mean, listen, it's still a relatively small channel. I'm not the Mr. Beast guy, you know what I mean? Not even close to that. I don't know if I'm not looking to be that Mr. Beast, I'm good being who I am. But I do want to thank you all for contributing, and I'd like to know that yeah, we all enjoy this whole channel though. So I just wanted to go by saying that as well. But eventually, though, yeah, I'm going to be changing my description on my page, on my website, on my main channel page. And again, I have big plans. I got plans. I mean, I might get into going into having memberships and things like that, maybe. And of course, I want to get into the marketing. I've told you that too as well. So there are big plans coming in with the channel going into the future, you know. But yeah, but I would hope that you people continue to support the channel and support everything and support us as well. I mean, so we have this format to reside to, right? Okay, George. Yes, that's true. I'm following a case currently, and I want her convicted because I see her convicted because it seems she was so wrong. Oh, okay. Thank you, Tom. As always, don't ever uh, compare to Mr. Beast. I hate him. You don't like the guy, huh? I don't really watch him. I mean, I don't. I just know he's like huge. I don't watch his show personally. Not that I hate the guy. I don't really. I mean, I never get steered to his algorithm. There's nothing that I watch that steers me to his stuff anyway. So he's not part of anything that's drawing me to his algorithm. But you hear his name brought up all the time though, because he's like the biggest guy in YouTube ever, or something. But again, that is what it is, right? Uh Thank you for now using them terms, old dog. Old dog. I haven't forgiven you for that yet. Forgiving me for what? What did I do now? You always make me feel like I'm doing something wrong, Ray. What is uh I think you know what it is, you just really you like to razzle me. You like razzing me. I know you do. That's okay, you know. Old dog, huh? Did I call you an old dog? Is that what it was? Is that what I called you, an old dog once? Uh yeah, Mr. Beast is oh, throw oh, see, don't nobody we're not really in the Mr. Beast over here. Again, like I said, I just use that as a reference point, you know, because he's the big one there. Can't stand him. Rubs me the wrong way with his personality. I can't. Thank you, Jethro. Okay, all right. Yeah, like I said, I don't really have much of a draw to his stuff either way. I'm not like never. I don't watch him. Matter of fact, just out of curiosity, I put his channel. I think I put on a video of his just to see what he's doing, and it was nothing that really I was drawn to. Nothing I needed. It was like, all right, whatever. This is his thing. I get it. And it was just it was like some kind of a tutorial video, yeah, about something, but it was nothing that was really I needed from him. Nothing I needed to, nothing that really drew me in for anything. Wouldn't you rather be tested than accepted? Tested for what? What do I need to be tested for? Huh? What, my, psychosis? What? Tested then accepted. I was basically meaning that, I'm a small channel and I'm good with that, is what I'm saying. I was like, I like the idea that I am who I am. I mean, I guess I'm content with that. I don't have to be like the biggest guy in the block. I don't have to be the Mr. Beast, is what I'm saying. That's not my draw. I guess that was my point, is that the channel is coming along, the channel is advancing. You know, we're being on. It's almost been a year that the channel's been here, and it's come a long way in the short year that it is. And I mean, it's been quite a ride through the year, and a lot of you people have been there for. And one thing I want to say though is that a lot of the names, almost all of you right now that I'm seeing right here, I've seen you for months and months. Follow the channel, follow these lives broadcasts, and I see your texts, I see your I see your comments on the channel and on the videos a lot too. So I see you're out there. I guess I'm just offering my appreciation to you. That's all it is. So you are monetized now. Congrats. Well, I'm getting to the point where I'm sealing the deal. I'm just still kind of getting everything going. It's going to be close, but I'm getting to that point there where I can start that. But I do have to get things in motion. Like I said, I mean, I can offer um right now I'm just going to offer merchandise. I'm thinking of getting into a store. I want to just start offering like I said, I want to get into doing the mugs and the t-shirts and the hoodies with different slogans on them. And I'm going to start with that, and some that appeal to us, to appeal to our channel in that way. That's just unique to this particular channel that we got. That's all. Yeah. Um, but no, that's so. I mean, it's getting to that point. Very, very close to it. That's all. Okay. Well, imagine that. It's still like, hey, look, I can actually see the rain coming down outside. It must be raining pretty hard right now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a rainy day up here. I'm not sure what it's doing in your part of the world, but right now I got some rain going on right here. Contentment is a good place to be. Yes, of course it is. Of course it is. You know, I mean, just I got to tell you the truth. Just doing these live chats, though. I mean, this is turning out to be some of the most. I mean, just doing the lives is one of my contentments of the channel too. I steered into it. I wasn't starting to do this until just a few months ago, doing more lives. But when I started doing them, that was the right. That seemed to be what filled me the best. You know what I mean? Uh, I've got a bit of rain here too. Oh, it's raining down there. Yeah, it must be the same system, like right, Vamp? Whatever's passing by my house must be hitting your house too, right? I'm just kidding. Vamp lives probably as far away from me as anybody. She's on the opposite side. She's in down under and sideways and over in Australia from where I am. So, so whatever system I got now, it can't be what's hitting her house right now. You know what I mean? So, sunny in California. I went outside to suntan for a few minutes for some vitamin D. Well, good for you. Yeah, you get some nice vitamin D going. Well, it's always sunny in California. I know that. I mean, that's one thing you get out there is all the sun. It doesn't rain all that much. But when it does rain, you get those rain seasons. Yeah, you got like usually it's wintertime where you all of a sudden all the rain you didn't get most of the year just comes down all at once. And then you get them massive floods out there. It just comes out all at once, kind of almost like the desert, similar to that, right? Yeah. And then you're getting all the rain coming down there. Again, like I said, I lived out there for first first part of my life anyway. So, but the suntan, oop, keep hitting this thing. The suntan net kid is that bad. What does that mean? I suntan net kid that is that bad. Oh, okay. Uh, what is net kid? What does that mean? I'm not quite understanding what that word is. Net kid? Naked. Oh, naked? Oh gosh, that's an image I didn't wanna have to see. Come on, man. You're not, laying out there oh, come on, man. Don't tell don't don't put that image in my head, will you please? Jeez. Uh, we don't need that. That's what do they call that? TMI. Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy how the weather can be so different areas in the US like in Australia. Oh, you get the same thing down there too, huh? Yeah. Well, I mean, but again, but we're in completely different parts of the world, though, Vamp. I mean, we're worlds apart, literally. You know what I mean? And we've talked about that before. TMI, sorry. Yeah, oh yeah, we just okay. Oh, that's funny though, right there. Hey, let's just hope. I hope you got very high fences wherever you are. You got really tall fences, or maybe you're out in the middle of nowhere where you can do that and not scare the neighbors. You know what I mean? That's all, right? Because I can get you in trouble there. No tan lines though. Oh, jeez. Well, that's really good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. I don't think I had usually when I get a suntan, it's usually just every part that's just po is exposed, just like hands, arms, all that stuff. Oh, okay. All right. I'm a Chad. They love it. uh, George, you're not a little full of yourself, are you? I mean, just a little full of yourself. I hope not. I don't know. Or you're just joking with me. Hey, if you're a Chad and you got if you got the bod and you want to just hang it out there, then sure, why not? You got the whole thing going. Yeah, you want that thing all, whatever. I suppose. Yeah, yeah, I get it. Hey, I had a phase in my life. I was like that too. I mean, I was jacked. I used to work out all the time. I was all ripped. I was a little bit younger. Even 10 years ago, even during the course of my marriage, I kept trying things. I kept trying to pull myself out of whatever funk I was in. And I started exercising more, started eating better. I got ripped again, just doing my own home thing. I mean, I was starting to, doing crunches and stuff and eating better. And I lost some weight and I got in good shape, even when I was married, even when I was with my wife. But I feel like I was trying to my own therapy because I told you during the whole course of my marriage, I was starting to just, I always felt drained. I always felt like I was, you know, uh, I needed alone time. And I think it was my way of calling. I was dipping into shadow functions. I was trying to pull myself out, trying to heal, trying to find things. So I started working out. I was even starting to read more. I remember I was starting to read more books. I was starting to do things, even going out to like my garage and starting to do like little tinkering around with things, just trying to find excuses to be a little more alone, and without knowing I needed it, you know? So, I do remember that. But, yeah, but like I said, I and during that course as well, I actually got into pretty good shape as again, so but that was a while ago. George, if it works for you, good for you. There you go. Like in winter Australia, when winter's, Queensland, we won't have snow, but down south, they will get it. Yeah, see, down south is where you get the snow. Up north, you don't get it. It's funny how that works, 'cause in down south in the US, up in the northern hemisphere, that's when everything is warmer. It's a total backwards. That's what I mean. You're as far away as you can get. You're in a different world because 'cause you're on that bottom part of the world, you're totally opposite, you know? Hey, maybe in a sense, like, you ever think like, you're almost in a parallel universe, and the other side of the world is the parallel part? It's almost like Australia is like a parallel part of, the United States in a way. You speak English, but it's not the dialect's different, the accent is different. We're kind of parallel in a way. Or like, you ever see that episode on Star Trek? Remember the parallel universe where they went in the transporter and somehow Captain Kirk ended up in the parallel universe? Remember, he ended up in this different universe where he went to the Enterprise, but they were all just a little bit different. Like Spock had like a beard and like a goatee, and they all had like these different uniforms, and but they were all very hostile. They weren't diplomatic at all. They were all like, all about like, themselves. They were all just had a different mindset too. So they weren't, so things were all just a little bit different, although they looked kind of similar, but each and every one of them were more aggressive. Like even his own, like Captain Kirk. So the Kirk from the parallel universe ended up in the regular one, and he was like they had to throw him in like the jail because they could tell he wasn't the same Kirk. He was like all about like profit and gain. It was kind of a weird parallel. I don't know. That just kind of brought me to that episode, I guess. But the bottom line is, yeah, they finally swapped them around again in the transporter, and they got their own captains back. You know what I mean? It was a weird episode, but they ended up, yeah, they had the connection to the parallel universe in that one. Yeah. So, but I guess my point was is that in a sense, Australia being like in the opposite side, and it's like because it's day when it's night when it's day, and completely opposite. You're down under. We're kind of we're up and over, you know, whatever you want to say. And so we're just all like everything's like parallel in a sense. But yeah, I don't know. I just kind of yeah, I actually have seen that episode. So if you ever watched Star Trek as a kid, I haven't watched it too much lately, but as a kid, as a younger kid, I used to watch all those reruns all the time. And I still remember that one. That was actually one of the better ones. I seem to remember there was some episodes that were good that you wanted to see again. And then there's always some other episodes that weren't as good that you could, they just weren't quite as good. Kind of like my videos. Some of my videos are like that. I mean, I hate to cut my videos down, but some are better than others, you know? I've seen that not too long ago. Oh, so Jethro, you have seen that one a little while ago. Yeah, but I always just kind of reminds me about how, maybe Australia is our parallel country in a sense. I mean, in an obscure way, it could be, I don't know. But I guess that's just kind of a way of thinking about it in a deep way. That's all that is, right? So, um, okay. Hey, so we have 10 out there. That's good. Looks like hey, looks like eventually what happens is if I stick around long enough, a lot of people that like this live, I end up seeing you. I see a lot of them. I like a lot of you. Star Trek Voyager is the best Star Trek. Oh, you like that one? That was back in the '90s. They started having all these different spin-offs. I remember that. I never watched too many of the spin-offs. There was Deep Space Nine. There was Next Generation. I like I said, Voyager. I didn't watch that one too much. I know which one you're talking about, but, Captain Janaway, all the way. Oh, I remember that, that's right, they had the female captain, that's right. Yeah, okay. I do remember that one, yeah. But, again, I never watched that one quite as much. It was just, I think I was busy. Things were changing in my life, you know? I hadn't watched too much TV after a certain time in my life. There was a time when I watched a lot of TV when I was a kid, and then as I get older, I drifted away from it, and now I never watch TV. I think right, well, I watch YouTube. Obviously, I'm on YouTube. I watch a lot of video content nowadays. This is my go-to for entertainment and, education, things like that now is YouTube, and I think it does a pretty good job, and what blows me away is the fact that it's a plethora of everything, and pretty much it's anything and anybody can have a piece of this, you know what I mean? I have the whole collection on DVD. Oh, is that right? You talking about Voyager? Talking about that one, Jethro? So you like that one? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. 7 okay, 7 of 9 resistance is futile. Oh, yeah, I think I know where that came from. Wasn't that when, yeah, that was the Borg, was it not? That's when I think, that was one of those, Star Trek Next Generation, movies, I think that was set in, I think. Resistance is futile with the Borg or something like that, right? I watched it late. I watched later as an adult, and I didn't grow up as my mom didn't want us watching TV, so it wasn't till I was in high school. But even then, I would still drift in and out of TV. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, there was a time when I got too, when I was watching too much TV, I think as a kid, you know, around the time I was 12 or 13, I got too much into that. And they were starting to see it as a problem. My mom started limiting me from watching TV. I remember that. And, but the thing was, we grew up in a generation where the TV was always on. You know, the TV was always that go-to device, you know, just to go to. It seemed like, back in that time in the '70s and everything, it's still relatively new. I'm gonna say it was only, like, maybe 20, maybe 25 years where it was, like, getting big, and it just started evolving, and more shows were coming on by 1970, and like, through the '70s, and it seems like I was the latchkey kid anyway. I mean, what was I supposed to do? I'd come home. Like I said, I was a classic Generation X kid. I'd come home from school. Mom was always working. I came from a divorced family. My parents were split up. I'd get home, make myself some dinner, and I'd have the house to myself. And so it's either I go out, go hang around with somebody, but if I felt like it, I'd put the TV on and I'd watch whatever was on TV. You know what I mean? And, but it got to the point where I guess it got to be a little bit of a problem, so they had to limit me. But eventually I drifted away from it. But the thing was is about TV is it got so, you know, when I talk about corrupt, in a sense it did. I mean, you know, it got to the point where I got to the point I couldn't believe the mainstream news. I mean, I believed it was all slanted propaganda. It was all had agendas behind it. And a lot of your shows were very woke, very like overly politically correct. I mean, just to the point where they were poisoning almost, you know, and they weren't appealing to me. Movies and TV weren't appealing to me anymore. And of course, that there wasn't really much of a draw, so I just stopped watching TV. I just canceled my cable back a few years ago, and I was done with it. So I watch a lot of TV sometimes, but I use it for knowledge, not to get stuck in my head. Doesn't get me molded, and to watch always wonder how other INFJs thought about TV watching. Yeah, you know what? I noticed too that, the commercials in TV seem to get longer. It's almost like they show you an equal amount of commercials than they do the actual content, like the show. I noticed that's what another thing that was happening with TV is that's what it was. It became so commercialized, overly commercialized, I thought. When I was a child, there was only a radio, It was awesome. Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah, Ray, I know you, I know you're a bit older than me. I know. I know that's real old. If you're older than me, that gotta be real old, you know? Almost like an old dog there. I couldn't help myself there. Yeah, I'm always in trouble with you anyway. I might as well just really stick it to it, you know? I might as well if I'm gonna get in trouble anyway, I'm just gonna do it. I'm like kidding. Uh, yeah. I remember those old radio shows. I remember hearing a lot of them, you know? But, yeah, I remember I that was a little before my time. I grew up, there was still more TV than there was radio, but I know there was all those radio shows with the that you listen to, and kids would, like, huddle up to their radios and listen to the Lone Ranger and, Little Orphan Annie, Buck Rogers, Buck Rogers in the 21st Century, The Thin Man. See, my mom used to tell me a lot about that. See, my mom too. Growing up, my mom had stories, and she told me tons of stories. And she used to say before there was TV, she used to listen to the radio as well. And there were all these different shows on there. And she remembers that too. So I would think my mom, yeah, she grew up in that whole generation. She told me so many different things about her growing up. You know, I remember quite a bit of it. So, um, hidden, I'm done laying down on this couch. Well, then, yeah, I got to stand up a little bit though, too. Sometimes you gotta get up and kind of, kind of move around a little bit. Yeah, here's me. I've been in this chair sitting in this live for 3 hours. And I'm talking about getting up and walking around. You know what I mean? Yeah, at some point I got to do that myself. You know, that's okay. Uh, hidden harp, get off your ass. Hey, wait, are you telling yourself that? Who's telling you that? Get off, I think you're tell sounds like you're telling yourself to get off your ass. Is that what you're doing, Harp? Uh, yeah, I know. You gotta get up and hey, you know, also too, when you're sick and when you're feeling it like you're in your when you're sick a little bit and you got all that congestion going, when you're laying, it's just pulling up and you're laying there. It's all just kind of pulling up in there and it has nowhere to go. You almost have to stand up and redirect your sinuses to let that stuff drain out, you know, kind of like draining a dish tub. You know what I mean? You got to tip that thing sideways to get the water out of it, right? Well, you got to walk around. You got to get up and move around and kind of get the I can't say equilibrium. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Got to get that thing going there. See, got to get your balance going. Get that stuff flowing back out of you. I did say equilibrium. I'm only kidding. Couldn't say it. Almost stuttered through that one, didn't I? Huh? Gonna turn on my rock music and get rolling. Well, there you go. There you go. Turn on some rock music there. All right. Uh, well, I haven't moved since I said hi to chat. I haven't moved from my bed. My cat has checked on me. Oh, oh, okay. Oh, so what is it? Does it kind of relax you a little bit, then, Vamp? I mean, you kind of like you turn on this. You kind of get into the chat. You kind of you sounds like it relaxes you. Then you kind of laying in the bed and you just get your cat and you just listen to this. I guess that's good. I like to think that we are soothing each other in some way. You know, it sounds like that's a good relaxing thing. I mean, I feel soothed. I mean, I feel like that. So yes, it does. Well, that's good. Uh, okay. Ha ha. I don't mind. I have many, many friends. I have to train them. Ha ha. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Ray is. Oh, I see. You got many friends. In other words, you're okay like that. You can get razzed a bit. Hey, like I said before, George. You know, I always feel like you're always razzing me about something anyway. You know, so I figure I might as well just let it happen. You know, but you can take that stuff. You're from the old generation. You can take just about anything. You know. Are you from that? I think you're. Are you a boomer? You must be a boomer, or even older than a baby boomer. I think you're part of the. What do they call that? The World War II generation? You're not that old, are you? Well, maybe you are. I mean, usually anybody that was born, I think between what is it, like 1915 and 19 What is it? 1925. No, that I don't know if you're that old. That would put you over 100 years old. I'm sorry, you can't be that. You got to be more in the idea of like my mom, whatever that. Did they call that the silent generation? There was one they called the silent generation also for some reason, and I think it was the one right after the World War II, and it was the one anywhere from like 1930 to like 1945 or something. Maybe that was it. And maybe that was the one you were born in, because that was the one my parents were born in. My parents were born in like 1932 and 1933. Yeah. So, but yeah, they'd be in their 90s right now if they had still been alive. They'd be 93 years old right now today. But that was their generation. I believe that's the silent one. Yeah. Uh, I'm a human cat fox. Vamp. I'm the human version of a cat sometimes. So, yes, it does. I used to watch all the TV shows in the 80s and 90s, I guess 2000s, but I stopped watching most of them except for Breaking Bad, Walking Dead, etc. But now I watch no TV, only YouTube. Okay. Yeah. See, you I'm kind of like that, but I even stopped watching TV before that, a lot of it. I think the last show that I tried to get into that I can remember was The Big Bang Theory. Now that's a fairly recent one. I know it's off the air now, but that had a run. That was a popular show. I mean, you think it was kind of funny in a way. You always had these different nerdy type characters, all these nerdy guys, they were just into the typical, like they were all college professors and stuff, and they were all just classic nerds. Very smart, very genius type. Head Sheldon was like a savant almost. And but I always thought Howard was funny. Howard was the funniest one from that show. Howard Wolowitz. If you remember, watch Big Bang Theory. Now I did try to get into that one a little bit, and because it was funny, and some of the earlier episodes are good. And then they all got married. They all get girlfriends, and then Sheldon had that girl Amy. He had his wife. He ended up marrying Amy, but Amy was like smart, just like him. She was like a female version of him. Remember that? And they met on a dating profile, like they profiled them on a dating app, and they were like compatible. I don't know. It was a good show. Okay, so Ray was born in 1947. Okay. That would make you a very early baby boomer then. That would make you a young baby boomer then. There you go. Excuse me. Excuse me, people. I had to pause myself. I had to hit the cough button for that one. I don't know. Sometimes. Yeah, 1947. Yeah, you're older than my brothers. My oldest brothers were born in the early 50s. So they were all about that time. But you're born earlier than that. Yeah, I believe the baby boomer generation was from 1945, right at the end of World War II, right till about 19 uh wait, was it 1945 to 1965? It was something like that. That's a 20-year span. Actually, um, am I wrong? I thought a usual generation was a 15-year gap, but that would be more like a 20-year gap for that, 45 to 65. I thought it was. I'm trying to think of what that was. But either way, I thought that was about the boomers. You were born right after World War II, yeah, and everything was trying to rebuild, so they called that boomers because the world had to rebuild, repopulate after the massive world wars that we had that depleted millions of people in the world. And we had a booming economy. And that was another thing, too. We had that booming economy. After all, half of Europe was in shambles, was bombed to oblivion pretty much. And they had to rebuild Europe and Germany, France. So, yeah, there was a boomer in economy in that way as well. Everything had to be rebuilt, and all the machinery, all the cars they used had to be rebuilt. We were depleted in cars. So as much as war is as awful as war is, it spurned the economy. I mean, it's almost like a Excuse me, people. Sometimes I wonder how much time I got to live. I don't know. I really do. You must know what I'm talking about there, Ray, right? Just wondering how much time you got left. You ever get that thought? I'm only kidding, Ray. Sometimes I get like that, you know? I'm kidding, man. Yeah. Um, yeah, but it spurred the whole economy after World War II. So that was the baby boomer generation. So yeah, there was so many they had to replace all the people that were depleted as well. So the other week I had a terrible sleep and I had to be crashed out on the couch with my cat in between just napping out. Oh, okay. It sounds yeah. Sounds like you like to get your sounds like we all like our downtime. I mean, I think that's part of what we are. Yeah, I think that's one thing we're good at, you know. Typically sometimes you get a lot of personality types, some of the extroverted sensor types especially and the perceiver types. The ESP types. Okay, whether they're T or F, typically those are the types that need to be very active. They all need to be stimulated with their extroverted sense a lot. These are the people that can't sit down a long time. Yeah, they sleep, but they're up. They're always having to be occupied, very occupied. I think INFJs typically, being that extroverted sensing is our last on our list, and the way we're built, we're so much in our mind. Yeah, we have a lot of we can sit and think. We can sit, relax, but our mind is always going. Even if we're like relaxing physically, we tend to be a lazy type. We tend to be the type that are more a little more laid back. But our mind never stops. The thing is, I mean, you can't see the mind. All we can see our own mind, but you don't realize that the activity is always there. It's that introverted thinking that minds never stops. And it's like, yeah, so that's basically where we're making up for it. I can't stand sitting in front of the TV. Um, yeah, I hear that. I hear that. I won't. Well, I don't watch TV. I do watch YouTube, and when I do, it's usually in the background. I put like things on like a tablet in the kitchen. I'll put on shows or things that I'm watching. Usually when I'm doing things like either cooking or make putting my lunch together for work or whatever it is. It's usually I'm busy doing stuff, but I'm not just sitting there watching like a show. Typically, Oh, hey, what do we got here? Hey, somebody else, INFJ here. We got here, local local metal. Hello there, loquo metal. I've been trying to turn off. I've been trying to find a way to turn off people's thoughts and body language. It's so hard to turn it off. I can just read people everywhere I go. It's exhausting. Just want to stay home 24/7. INFJ here. Well, hello. Is it okay if I call you Metal? I'm just trying to think of a nickname for you. If it's okay, call you Metal. Well, it's yes. Welcome to the program. Welcome to the INFJ experience. So you just feel like you want to stay home 24/7. Hey, listen. I mean, some days I want to stay home. Today I've been home all day. This is a day where I've relaxed. This is a long weekend for me. Today I decided to do just that. But you know, other times you have no choice but to do chores. You got to do something. You got to stay active. You got to sometimes you got to kick yourself in your own butt to get up and get yourself motivated. You know, kind of like Harp over there trying to get off the couch because he's got a cold, right? Kind of like that. You got to kick yourself in the butt sometime. But bottom line is, but yeah, but it can be exhausting. Yeah, see, that's what we're talking about. That is what we're talking about. There are times in our life we do get overwhelmed with people like that, and being INFJ especially metal. That's pretty much the story of our life right here. See, this is what this channel is we're troubleshooting these very things, these very issues, and that's what I'm here for. Is that we talk about these things and we try to just find ways to get around that kind of thing, you know, and how we can deal with people and not getting so exhausted. If you heard my monologue about an hour ago, I was talking about exactly that, on how we can deal with people without getting ourselves depleted. You know what I mean? So yeah, but it's good to see you in the audience. So I'm the youngest of 11. I have six brothers. I am I am part Creek, but raised with the Osac. Oh, oh, you're so you have Native American is what you're saying. That sounds like part Creek. That's those are tribes, right? Indian tribes, right? Native American, but raised as an Ozic, Osage Creek and Osage. I'm trying to think of what part of the region those names are from traditionally. Um, but raised in so I mean I'm taking it as Park Creek, but raised in Osage. I'm not sure where those are. I'm not familiar with what part of the U.S. they were originally from, as far as the Native American thing. But the youngest of 11. So yeah, and have six brothers. Hey, you got a big family there. There's no doubt about it. I didn't know you were the youngest of out of 11. Hey, I'm the youngest out of five. Hey, we're the youngest. Go figure, Ray. You know, youngest out of five brothers myself. I had no sisters, just brothers. There's five of us. Three of us are left. Three left. That's it. Um, let's see. What do we got going on here? The youngest. Okay, I saw that. Yes, LOL. Hey, Harp, forgot the question. Hidden Heart personality. Um, Hidden, I feel your pain about the pain of watching TV. My ex used to try to get me to sit down and watch TV all the time, and I'd fidget. Yeah. Um, I guess if I get to the point where TV can be numbing, especially they call it the boob tube for a reason. Like, I think that's what they call that. They call this network YouTube. But did you know? You ever heard the old saying they used to call the TV the boob tube? That was a slang that we used to call it back growing up, the boob tube. And I always thought that YouTube sounds like boob tube, but it's you, meaning because anybody can do it. YouTube. So I think that's where it came from. It's kind of funny how that just rhymes, but that must have kind of evolved from that. But that's why they called it the boob tube because, yeah, you tended to spend too much time in that process and things like that. You got too caught up in that, right? Yeah, I would think. So, what are some weird things? Oh, what are some weird things people have experienced that is somewhat subconscious, development or ESP experiences. Whoa, hey, I think Metal wants to get deep. He's asking some real deep stuff here, panel. What do you think of that? We got some deep subjects going on down here. All right. Hey, well, no, that's a deep subject, guys. I do declare. Okay, pardon me. Okay, Metal. So I've actually thought certain things. You're talking about what weird things people have experienced that have somewhat subconscious development or ESP experiences. Uh, I'm a lady. Oh, hey, listen. Okay. All right. I'm glad you told me that. Okay. You're a lady N. Oh, did I make it sound like you were a dude? I might have. And if I did, I do apologize. Obviously, I can't see. Let me see. Let me see a picture over here. Uh, It's kind of a dark figure. I really can't see. It's kind of a dark, shadowy, mysterious looking figure. Go figure. Boy, that's kind of a yes, no worries. Okay, all right. Well, I'll make sure. But well, would you rather me call you Loquo or Metal? I just say Metal because it's easy to say, and I'm trying to get a. Unless you tell me, unless you tell me your name, I'll call you by your name if that's okay. But I'm trying to. All I can do is come up with a nickname from what name you have there is your address on there. That's all I can do. Um, but I can tell you some weird things. People, I mean, over the course of times, it's loco like crazy. Okay. Oh, loco. Okay, loco. Okay, I see a Q. Loqo. Loco, but L. Okay, loco. So you want me to call you loco? I can call you loco. I mean, all right. Um, loco metal. Uh, yes, I have ESP experiences. George does. I know many INFJs do. There you go. Listen, you're gonna get some answers right here. I'm gonna read some of your answers from the chat right now. Uh, logo, yes, many. There you go. Jethro, some parts of my mind are very similar to that realm in Berserk. Oh, okay. Berserk. We talking about Quake or something? Or what was that? Doom. Doom had Berserk mode, right? Many ESPs. um, extrasensory perceptions. I actually questioned whether or not empathy was an ESP. I mean, how is it? I actually questioned this and brought this up on the chat. The fact that INFJs are very empathetic and we pick up empathy. I mean, is that extrasensory perception? Picking it up, like understanding their mind, or are they feeling vibrations from the air? There's got to be something transmitted that relates translates an emotion that we're detecting, that we're feeling, absorbing from one person to another. Now we're empathetic, we're picking up on that. We're born with this gift, right? But how is it that we're transmitting this? I mean, is it the central nervous system? Are we feeling it in vibrations? Are we feeling it transmitted through the air, or is it ESP? See, these are questions I threw out there and thought, well, some call it the nervous system. But the thing is this, is that I think they did extensive studies back years ago. They still probably do studies on ESP. I'm talking about science did these studies because they found that certain people had ways of manipulating things with their mind, things that were unexplainable, unforeseeable, but they were happening. Okay. Now, listen, what's to say that INFJs, being that we are who we are, I mean, we're called the very mystic types, and but they have to put a scientific explanation on to as to why we're able to see things, see patterns, see things into the future. But a lot of it has to do with the introverted intuition being a gathering of events, a gathering of things within them. Okay, seeing patterns, seeing like future possibilities through the introverted intuition, along with the introverted thinking, making logic out of it. And this is the explanation. But the idea is that they have to come up with this because there's no proof that ESP works. Now, my theory is that there has no choice but to be a touch of that. Although you can't prove it, science will not admit it because it's unprovable. That the mind cannot pick up wavelengths from another mind. But do they? See, these are questions that are unanswerable and they're unprovable. So they have to be explained away in a scientific way with patterns and like I just described. Same thing with the empathy. But it's funny you bring that up because I was asking these very same questions. Okay, I think it's still mysterious and it's still unexplainable, but it has to be explained in the way I just said. But still, I chalk it up to it being it is what it is, and that there's certain things about the mind that there's mysteries of the mind and the depth of the mind and how far it goes. And but everybody said they had their own ESP experiences. I've had my own. I've had my own very own ESP experiences. In fact, in some ways, I've even told stories on this where I feel like I've seen my own future many, many times. I've seen where I was at this very moment in my life. I've seen myself as a child, seeing myself, wondering what I'd be like. And I imagined it. And a lot of what I've had thought of then are clear, are almost like identical. Like I find myself almost saying, my gosh, I've seen this. But the funny thing is this. I also have a lot of like these vivid memories. In fact, I'm starting to get these memories right now of being a child, being a kid, like certain like very vivid memories of certain situations I was in. And sometimes I think to myself, I relive them. I laugh about them sometime, or I think about them and I say I shouldn't have done that, shouldn't have said that. You know what I'm saying, right? Sometimes you wish you could relive it and do things different. But I always also wonder too, at those moments as a kid when I was thinking about my future, envisioning who I'd be at that very moment, if I wasn't not thinking at this moment when I was a kid and I was somehow connected, interconnected through time with myself, with my own mind. Kind of like the thoughts I had that I'm telling myself now, thinking back when I was a kid? Was I putting these thoughts? Was I basically looking out for myself into the from the future into the past, like almost like an ESP time interdimensional connection? It's hard to explain, but these are some of the things that I've had. Now, I mean, I can talk about connections I've had with other people too, but these are the ones that I've still are mysterious to me. But they do happen in my life. I do see them. But things like that though, yeah, that's some of the things I've had personally. Loco, metal. So, very good question though. I think yes, deja vu all the time. Okay. Had some interesting in quantum physics. Oh, quantum physics. Oh, you're gonna fit right in here, start talking stuff like that. Quantum physics. I've had some interesting quantum physics in the way INFJs may be circuited. Very interesting. I would think that's kind of quantum physics in a way. I mean, quantum, like almost like having like time, like the mind is deep. Mind is very deep, and you just don't know how well it is fathoms. I mean, where the time continuum in the mind goes within ourselves. But see, the thing is with INFJs, we're so wired that way. We're very aware of these moments. We see these things pretty close. But the thing is, we keep these to ourselves. Because imagine talking to people about this. They think you're crazy. How many people can you say these things to? We keep this to ourselves for a reason. You're looked at like, oh, space shot. Whoa, wacko, whack job. You can't tell people this. You got to keep it quiet. But you're asking these questions to people that have had these experiences, and all of a sudden it's like you see the similarities. You've had similar things happen. Exactly, right? So, but so you've had a lot of these things happen with you as too as metal, local metal there. Okay. I had a spontaneous uh Kundali awakening a while back. It's pretty mystical. Uh Somebody else mentioned one of those. Maybe that was you, a spontaneous. Maybe that was you. You tried to tell me about a certain awakening. I think you had mentioned that a couple months ago on another live, but I remember that name put out there, and I think you described what it was. It was like a type of an awakening, but even deeper than like the Jungian integrating the shadow awakening kind of thing. I think it was something to do with that, right? See, that's what I mean. I think in a way we've all had these. Exactly. See, now you've got everybody talking this way. You've actually see you've jumped down you got us all jumping down a rabbit hole now. I want to thank you for that, Loco. Yeah, that was a very good see, we like stuff like this. I had a patient who had MS and she mentioned Kanali, Kundinali helping with her with the symptoms. Now, is that some kind of a Buddhist tech term or something like that? That Kundalini? That sounds almost Japanese or maybe Middle Eastern, like Hindu or something. That type of thing. So I wasn't sure what that was exactly. Oh, it has something to do with yoga then, huh? Is that what it is? Okay. Um, No, never mentioned it. Oh, that wasn't you. Somebody else talked about that. I remember that word. Maybe it wasn't you then, but I see. I'm only familiar because I've seen that name before, and I wasn't aware of it then. I'm not really. I don't know a lot about it now, but I definitely know that. See, each and every one of us have had a different something within our mind, ESP related, or something beyond what we can comprehend, what we can explain, even that had something that's ESP related. Actually, absolutely. But again, because you can't prove it, you're only thinking it. It can easily be chalked up to you're making things up, you're imagining things, hallucinating things. That's what I mean, right? You can easily disregard that thing because it's not. It's just in your mind. But we know these things are happening. Okay, Kundalini, Kundalini. Kundalini. Okay, thank you for that correction of the pronunciation on that. I do see, I like when people tell me the right pronunciation. I really do. Thank you for that. Hidden, yes, I'm grateful for my mom not letting watch TV. Okay. Okay, was yeah, see, we're talking about not watching TV. There you go. Um, but anyway, that's one of my things that I can't put a word on exactly what I'm talking about, other than is that a representation of a synchronicity? I mean, I guess in a lot of times too, I mean, that's something that Carl Jung had mentioned many times is that during the course of an introverted life, especially introverted intuitives, especially, he mentioned that his patients and himself, he recognized patterns and synchronicities where things would happen that were eerily similar to events that they were thinking of or dreaming of. Um, you know, so I don't know if maybe my whole interdimensional time thing that I talked about, thinking I saw myself and was I actually transmitting thoughts, like advice to myself as a kid, like I was putting because now I actually because I think to myself many times I see myself as a kid going to do something and telling myself I wouldn't do that. I wish I could go back and not do something a certain way, you know, things I've decided on or I mean, did I actually put a thought in my head from now? Because I'm so connected with my past in some ways. Somehow it's like the things are opening up. But then again, I also heard too is that Carl Jung also described like the second awakening. I was watching another video. Like there's two awakenings. There's several. There's not one stage of awakenings. I think we go through several of them. I think mostly INFJs, as you know, we go through our isolation times and we go through our alone times. And with this times we heal when we're broken, when we're empty, vapid, or something, but somebody betrayed us. You know the whole thing. When we're at our lowest point, we go into our shell and we heal. Okay, in a monk mode. We call it monk mode. Um, uh, whatever it is. I call it the bunker zone. That's my word for it. Like we go into a bunker, we kind of build a wall around us and we isolate psychologically, but we always heal ourselves. We try to heal. We try to find connection. We need to get away from the people in the world. We try to separate ourselves. We isolate so we can reflect inward. And even in these bouts, we tap into our lone spot in ourselves. That little spot in ourselves that's deadly alone. But the thing is, that's a source of comfort for us as well. I mean, we've learned that as children, when we had no one to turn to, that's where we went to find comfort and solace within ourselves. It was our way of embracing, finding solace with ourselves, even though it was a lonesome, desolate spot in our heart. We still felt comfort there. So we tap back into that over and over in our life. So these are our small I've even said that in other chats too, is that these are our small incremental steps of authentication. All right. These are all our small steps. But then we usually reach that point in our life where we go through a major one, where we kind of complete the circuit in a sense. We're fortifying ourselves in these early stages in our life. We're gathering strength so we can handle the big one. We can handle that major awakening, that true authentication of our awakening. We're building stages to that point. But then I saw this video saying that even after you get to that point, you go beyond that. And I feel like I went through my own awakening a couple of years ago, about a year and a half ago. I went through my own stages of that, and I just let myself pers- uh, pursue on. I had nowhere to go, and I it was very painful. It was very isolating, and a lot of unknowing, a lot of like not knowing what the future was going to be, where I was going, where it was going to end. Just knowing I had no choice but to go through it. But, so I've talked about that before. You've all heard the story, but then they talk about this second awakening too. And somehow it's another it's another form of authentication. But I also think too that this is the stage where you start to, um, I think you go through your point where you find peace. You find a sense of peace. And then I think the second authentication, I think, is when you start to have to undo what you did. Basically, in Catholic form, it's the repentance. That's what it was. That's what it's called in like the Christian thing is the whole repentance thing where you have to go back and relive and repent for what you've done. You have to somehow go back into your history. Sometimes you start reliving things that you had unresolved in your mind, and you have to come to grips with them. Part of that is the integration of your shadow, but also part of that is your undoing your what wronged you, what shaped you by facing it. So if you reacted it to an in an improper manner, if you responded it to it, or you had toxic thoughts about it and you harbored these, you have to undo these things. And you have to face them without the same anger and without the same repressed um, um, hostility you had toward them to begin with, or whoever it was that perpetrated it on you. So this is part of your second authentication. It's seeing yourself and trying to go back and undo the do the damage in a sense. It's like a damage control. And so it all kind of parallels. I mean, you could call it Carl Jung's teachings, which is like very, psychological, but you can also parallel it to a lot of these religious teachings as well and spiritual teachings. It's just dressed up a different way. It has a different packaging, but it's all the same kind of um, steps in a sense. It really is. Okay. I went see I do tend to go off a little bit, don't I? Hidden. I'm grateful for the mom not letting me watch TV. Growing up, my mom kicked me out of the house and said, "Go play. It's not fair to go where I can't see you." Um, okay. Invader Cam 2. Uh, okay. Oh, okay. Invader Cam's got a bunch of emojis over there. The pill. Take care of our psychological hygiene. It's a good way of putting it, Jethro. Very good way of putting that, no doubt. Psychological hygiene. You got away with words, don't you, sir? Huh? You really do. I don't. Let's see. I do. Mom's boyfriend felt uncomfortable with treating me as a slave in my own home. Oh, okay. Vamp Fox in Australia was supposed to be looking but refused. Okay. Um, bread, bread turning green. Oh, gee. Good riddance to him. Okay. Oh, okay. Loco on. Oh, okay. What is everybody's opinion on the book of Enoch? The book of Enoch, is that an Old Testament book? I don't think that's an Old Testament book, is it? The book of Enoch, or maybe it is. Personally, Loco, I don't believe I've read that one. I've heard of it. I've heard of that. But maybe you can fill us in a little. Does anybody have any opinion about the book of Enoch out there? By any chance? Just didn't know. Okay. Uh, before the Old Testament. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I've heard of it. I don't maybe I've heard little bits and pieces about what it's about, but I don't really know exactly what that's about. But I'm sure it's a fascinating tale though, right? Hidden Harp. I think people need to dig back further in time to understand why it's not chronic, why it's not cano canonical instead of hyper. Instead, it's but what fascinating historical book. Oh, um, Lo Loco, I speak of this on my channel. Hey, Ray's got a Ray, you have a ch oh, yeah, that's right, Ray, you have a channel as well. That's right, Ray does have his own channel. That's right. I thought it was a lot with, like, woodworking or something like actually, that's your business, right? That's your frog pond school is a woodworking or craft working or something? That's right. He does have a channel as well. Um, yeah, but, you're gonna have to I don't know enough to comment on the Book of Enoch myself, but I'm sure if anybody else has any, opinion on that. Uh, just curious about the Watchers aspect, kinda interesting. The Watchers aspect. Okay. Um, the not sure exactly what we're talking the Watchers. Uh, must be something that you're talking about that I'm not too familiar with. Okay. Well, okay. I'll tell you. Oh, I can hear it raining out there now. See? Yeah. Really can't. Yeah, I can hear the rain, so it must have picked up a little bit. See, it's been rainy outside. This was a good day to be into, you know. Hadn't I told my mom it wasn't going to happen, that I was going to live with my friend's place, and I refused to. Oh, okay. Vamp and Hidden are having a conversation over there. Sometimes I try to see what people are writing, and it's like, okay, yeah. It's rainy here too. Hey, where are you, loco? I mean, where exactly are you? It's rainy here. If you don't mind me asking, I mean, just to get a point of reference. I mean, I'm from New Hampshire, good old US of A, northeast part of New England, New Hampshire. Oh, you're from Detroit. I mentioned somebody from Detroit earlier. I did. As a joke, I mentioned somebody from Detroit. I said something. I can't remember what name it was, but yeah, I knew that was Michigan. Yeah, I figured it was Detroit. I knew that. I didn't think it was Detroit. I don't think there's another Detroit anywhere else. Detroit, Michigan, and it's rainy there as too. Okay, I mean that's probably about 1,000 miles west of where I am, give or take. You're right there. It's probably a lake effects rain. I would imagine. You have the gosh, you're right there on the shores of let's see, Lake Michigan, I believe. And I think are you near some Lake Ontario as well? I think you're between Erie. No, no, Michigan and Ontario. I think I can't remember. I'm trying to remember the lakes that you're near up there. But either way, you're right in between the lakes, right on the shore of those. So is Chicago, Cleveland. There's a bunch of stuff, but that's interesting. You're from Detroit. It's raining there. Okay. Yes, the lake effect. It's real. Lake Erie and Huron. Okay. I was way off. I kept trying to think. I'm thinking, wait, I said Ontario. I said Ontario and Michigan. I guess I was off. I'm trying to go by memory over here. But okay, that those are the two. I knew it was between a couple lakes. Yes, of course, the lake effect. Listen, the Great Lakes are the largest freshwater lakes in the world. These things look like you can see them from space, and yeah, yeah, I only see pictures of them. You can go up next to Lake Michigan or most of them and just you can't see the other side, like a giant ocean. I mean, these things look like oceans out in the middle of this, the Midwest. These things are giant, massive, massive bodies of water. I mean, they're like, they can't call them seas. I mean, I suppose they could almost call them seas, like, but they're not salt water. They're supposed to be fresh water. So they're lakes. They're freshwater lakes. You can't call them a sea. Although the Dead Sea is, I don't know. Is the Dead Sea out in the Middle West? They got a lot of seas like the Dead Sea. They got the Caspian Sea. Actually, those are actually parts of like oceans. No, so they're lakes. They're lakes. They are inland seas. They might as well be. I mean, there's no doubt about it. They're very inland, but the thing is, like I said, they're fresh water, but they're technically a lake, but man, they're just massive lakes. But that's why they're Great Lakes. Yeah. So I still, when I think of the Great Lakes, though, I always think of that song by Gordon Lightfoot, "The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald," one of the greatest story songs I've ever heard. The legend lives on to the Chippewa down the big lake they call Gitchagumi. He's got the whole story about how the Edmund Fitzgerald was a freighter and at Holland, Holland Steel, between Canada and the US. And yeah, it got caught up in that November storm, that witching storm of November. And it just, yeah, it sunk. It sunk. The wreck was off of it was in Superior Lake, but my gosh, that's one of the greatest songs I've ever heard. I love that song because it's so well put together, and the lyrics are haunting in a way, you know? Does anyone know where the love of God goes when the minutes get stretched into hours? I mean, he says stuff like that. You know, these guys were on there like trying to save their lives on this lake while this ship was just being tossed about in this storm, this massive steel freighter, right? And just to say that, you know, where does the love of God go when a minute gets stretched into hours? These guys are fighting for their lives, and every minute feels like it's being dragged out into the, you know, trying to save their life, right? Before it goes down. Very powerful stuff, you know. Very spooky historical site. Oh, you're talking about the wreckage site? I can imagine so. I mean, it's off of Whitefish Bay. I mean, according to the story, they said they were 15 miles away from Whitefish Bay out in they were real close to getting to the bay. If they could have got there, they would have been somewhat contained in there and it wouldn't have been as choppy. And so they were close, but they couldn't get there. But the ship went down kind of mysteriously. They do have pictures of it now. They've gotten to the bottom. It's just an old wreck down there. It's probably a few hundred feet down, several hundred, whatever it is. But yeah, it's a shame. But what a great song that was. But what a horrible tragedy. But I always think of it when I think of the Great Lakes, is when I think of that song. You know, I think that happened in 1975. I would have been about 10 years old when that happened, and I still remember like I started hearing that song on the radio, and I was about that age, and I mean, I probably was too young to really comprehend the whole meaning of it, but or what it meant exactly. But yeah, it was actually a great song. Um, so anyway, does New Hampshire have a lot of haunted history? Uh, New Hampshire have a lot of haunted history. There's some places. You know what? Massachusetts has a lot of haunted history. You want to talk about a state? In fact, there's some stuff on YouTube. You want to talk about? Of course, you got Salem. You got the Salem witch trials, and you got the Salem. You know that whole thing that happened, the whole witch trials. Every time you think about, you know, like the witches and stuff. I mean, they actually had that whole hysteria in what was it, 1692, where they were accusing people of being witches, you know, and so they were just trying them, and they had these mock trials, and they were just persecuting them, and they hung some of them, and they crushed one to death, and yeah, and there was a lot of history with that there. And the funny thing is now, of course, Salem is a very much like they call it the witch city. It's all synonymous with that now. And they have a lot of, in fact, a lot of occults go there. They're drawn to that city like a mecca in a sense. And a lot of them are formed there. Like these occults are in Salem for that reason. Yeah. And there's a lot of different things like about that. You know, there's a lot of stories about haunted like lighthouses up in Maine. There's some stories about certain haunted houses up around here in New England. I mean, even in the New England area itself. Not too much in New Hampshire. I'm trying to think of the greatest haunting story in New Hampshire. I mean, I can't think of one right off the bat, but I think a lot of them have to do with like I said, it's mostly Massachusetts, especially. Uh, yeah, they say that it was related to fungus on rye bread, as people were hallucinating off the fungi. Oh, what are we talking about? Oh, look, bye bye now. Oh, see you later, Ray. Ray's taking off. Okay. Um, Fap, except for my brother, he knows a lot, but I'm not letting him meet her because he'll ruin everything. Okay. Oh, okay. But anyway, yeah, that's pretty much what I got going on here, there, people. Oh my gosh, I actually went an extra hour longer than I said I was gonna go, didn't I? I went 4 hours here, folks. I actually had a 4 hour. We're up to 4 hours so far. Oh yeah, so Frog Pond took off there, huh? Okay. Yeah, but, well, people, I tell you what, I I, uh, I wanna thank you all for hanging out. Now, local, if you like this, if you like the live, if you'd like to I mean, I know you're probably new to the channel. I hopefully, if you like to stick around, if you like the content, I usually do lives every weekend. I typically do a live broadcast, Saturday night. Typically, I do one around 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, PM, that is. And if you're interested in checking out some more of my videos and things like that, a lot of them pertain to different subjects. I try to cover a lot of different subjects that pertain to like the INFJ life or experience, and that's why it's called that. And if you're interested in looking around at some of those things, okay, you know, and if you'd like to subscribe, that would help too. If you're interested, that is, okay. And if anybody else is out there that is new to the channel, I want to thank you all for hanging around a little bit. If you're interested, yeah, just I'm glad you stuck around. But I'm gonna try to get into a routine and having a live broadcast at least once a week. So just keep that jotted in your mind. 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, Saturday nights. So we'll call those Saturday Night Lives. And that's what else can I call them? You know, right? I hate to steal that title, but what else can I call it? You know, but it's if you're interested, that's when we're gonna have those. Okay. Thank you. I enjoyed the lives. Well, I want to thank you for showing up. You asked some very inquisitive, very deep questions about things, and yeah, you'd fit right in here too because this is the kind of crowd that we talk about. You know, things like that. Okay. So, but well, anyway, people, thank you so much for showing up today. I want to thank you all for again for supporting the channel, for supporting these live broadcasts because you mean a lot to me, everybody, and all the new people that come in through here. Yeah, I'm glad you stopped in. Vampy, thank you so much for yeah, exactly. I want to thank all my regular breakfast club out there, of course, for being out there as well, and you know who you are. Uh, uh, Tom, your lives have helped me do some more chores. Do some more chores, huh? Okay. Yeah, I got to get up. I got to do a couple things. I got to start my laundry, so I got a couple things. You know. Well, again, so people, thank you so much for everything you're doing, and again, thank you for for helping this channel grow into what it is, and it wouldn't be there if it wasn't for you out there. Okay, this is your channel as well, and this is our safe haven. This is our sanctuary, people, and I love you all. I do love you for being out there. I really do. Okay, Jethro, thank you so much, sir. Want to thank each and every one of you. Thank you. So I'm a kid. Remember Steve Martin did that one time. Thank each and every one of you, and he's like thanking the whole crowd, like thousands of people. He did that for like 10 minutes. That's a Steve Martin skit right there, you know? Hey, don't um, Hidden Heart, don't forget to watch some, Hellraiser movies. Hellraiser movies. Oh gosh. All right, well, people, thank you so much again, and until the next time, thank you so much, and have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. Until tomorrow. All right? All right. Okay, thank you.